There we go. Good stuff. So, can't start without the hat. All right, guys, how are we doing? Everyone good? Yeah. All right, guys at home, they're all good. Okay. So, a bit of housekeeping, and then we're going to do introductions. Okay. So, housekeeping, there is no, first of all, welcome. There is no planned fire alarms. Okay. So, no need to go anywhere if anything goes off. I will say exits are that way and that way. Do not rush yourselves. If you're brave like myself, take the window. It's only one floor. Chances are you'll land and you'll survive. But I wouldn't do that. All right. So phones, please, if you need to take a phone call outside. Ideally, as you would expect, keep your phones on silent. It's an adult learning environment, so nobody here is a child. Nobody will be treated like a child unless you behave like one. Food, feel free to munch as you wish. We've got some little snacks there. Guys online, apologies, you will not be enjoying the snacks that we have today, but next time when you are in, we'll give you some snacks, I promise. Drinks, again, water is there. There's probably some in the fridge as well. Please do not eat my lunch. I will be extremely angry if you do. What else should you know? Yes, food-wise, if you want to eat food, kitchen is just out there. There are toilets by the lift as well. Okay, so that's where we are. So let me tell you a bit about myself, and then I would love for you all to come up and speak about yourselves as well. Okay. So first thing first, I will tell you with the role of a project manager, and this is your one and only chance to leave this room and escape if you feel like this is not something for me. Okay. So a project manager, right? This is a people-facing role. You guys know what I mean by that, right? It's not a role that you do in the dark, in the corner somewhere, that you just do and nobody talks to you or you're just by yourself. No, it's a people-facing role, right? So it means engaging with people, speaking, communication, all that good stuff, right? So does that not sit well with anyone? Is there anyone that's like, no, I'm shy? Guys online, are you all shy or you're not shy? I can't hear you. Thumbs up, you got that? This is Bolo online. Can you guys hear me online?
Chidera said yes. Yeah, I can. I can hear you.
Okay, cool. I'll change the sound so it comes out on the TV, but I'll come back to that. So everybody got that, right? So nobody wants to leave, escape right now. Nope, perfect. You two, if you want to take these seats, feel free, because I don't think anyone else is going to be coming in since everybody is online. All right, so bit of introduction to myself before you all get to speak. As mentioned, I'm OJ. I go by many names. Captain John, Fresh, Jonathan, and my latest, because you have to keep reinventing yourself. That's one thing people don't do. I'm always reinventing. And my latest challenge, my latest name now is Olu Catalyst, right? So you can find me on social media, right? So Olu Catalyst is the name, okay? If you want to find me. Why Catalyst? I think it's very simple. I'm the bringer of change. I impact change onto people's lives, careers, businesses. That's what a catalyst does. I speed up the process. That's what I'm here to do for you guys. All right. So background. Thankfully, I don't think there's any white people in the room, but I can happily say I'm a British citizen. I'm not an immigrant. I'm joking. I'm joking. But no, like many of you guys, I literally many, many moons ago come off the boat. And I've been here ever since. Okay. Did the whole journey as you would expect, primary, secondary, high school, or secondary, high school, college, university, finished uni doing business and marketing. and then I did a master's in project management. Now, ideally, my thoughts were, okay, that's all I need, and I'm going to walk into any organization. As you can probably tell, I'm confident as confident can be. Okay, so telling myself I will be able to walk into any organization and say, "This is my name. This is what I can do for you." Blah blah blah. But guess what? The truth of it is, the first thing they're asking you is, "What experience have you got?" And then you're stood there scratching your head, thinking, "Oh, I thought this was the path." Boys and girls, ladies and gentlemen, the system is broken. It doesn't work. I'm happy to tell you it doesn't work. Well, happy and not happy, but happy to tell you it doesn't work. And the reason why you're here is because you have been victim of the biggest scam going in the last 100 years, right? It's no longer valuable the way it was. We all know back in the, say, 60s, 70s, 80s, you finish uni, you got a job. You know, there was a secure pipeline. But now that system is no longer there. So we are where we are. It is what it is. So we're going to keep moving with it. All right. Now, remember to turn off that background. Evans, I just realized your message now. I need to turn off the background so they can see the board. So, again, I struggled after uni to get a job and settled, I would pretty much say, for door work, doing security on the doors, working as a bouncer. That took about 15 years of my life, you know. And again, it's one of those environments where you don't want to be there, but you just think, F it, you know, I'm just making money, staying alive. You understand? And truth is, you kind of live life with your eyes closed for a period of time, but it's not the best environments, especially when you see people who, you know, come up to you, talk to you, and threaten you, and all this kind of stuff. It's just trash, you know. But again, I wanted to get into project management. So what did I do? And I'm not joking about this. I kicked down the doors. You understand? That's what I had to do at the time. I had to kick down the doors and say, listen, I'm starting today. Put my name down. Here's my bank details. That's it. Right? So what I've been able to do over the years is basically put all the hats together. And that's why you guys are here. If I didn't get results, you guys wouldn't be here. But I'm here basically give you guys a hack, give you cheat codes, and say, listen, this is how you go about it. Because you don't really need to struggle the way everyone else is struggling since you are in this environment. Okay. Now, career-wise, again, I've been in this space, thankfully, for about close to 15 years. You see my hat, M&A, that's what I now specialize in. That's my niche. Okay. M&A is mergers and acquisitions. So I just work with businesses, either I'm doing integrations or I'm doing divestments. To date, portfolio value ranging to about $20 billion. So I've not done terribly, you understand? But I've been able to work across multiple organizations. If I was to name them, Nationwide, Lloyds Bank, Computer Center, Smith and Nephew, Pizza Cousins, AstraZeneca, it's endless. And NG, there's so many. I'd probably say easy close to 20 organizations that I've been able to work for across the years, if not even more. TFL, so many more big companies that I've worked for. Favorite companies I've worked for, Smith and Nephew, PZ Cousins, and to date, my own company, OJ Solutions. I might be biased, but I love it here. So that's pretty much on the career side of things. Currently, I'm engaged on two projects. There's a company called Best Way Pharmacy. You might have seen them, or Best Way Healthcare, sorry, you might have seen them. They own Well Pharmacy. Yeah, I think there's one near your house. Yeah, exactly. They own Well Pharmacy. So two projects I'm doing for them. I'm doing an SD migration, which is service desk migration. They're taking that from the UK to Pakistan. So I'm going to be using that as a case study and examples when I'm doing training. And I'm doing another project for them, which is last mile delivery. And we're implementing a new delivery solution for the pharmacies. Okay, so currently the pharmacies, when they get their medication, the drivers go there, pick it up in the morning. The drivers themselves, currently what they do is they are the ones that will determine, you know, the order of the day, where they're going to go to, etc., etc. Obviously, that is very analog. So we're bringing in a new tool or a new vendor that has a solution that will solve that. So I'll give you insight into those projects as we go on over time. Okay. Any questions about me? No questions? Perfect. Okay. So what I would love for you all to do now is tell me or tell us about yourself. So easily, we'll start with the 5 W's and 1 H. So does anyone know what this is before I continue? No? Okay. That's why we're here. So we want to know who you are, what you do, where you're from. What else is applicable in this case? When you want to get a job by, and why? What is your why? Okay. We'll probably leave out the H in this case. So that's the question. All right. Again, like I said, this role or project manager is not a let me keep quiet, I don't like to speak type of role. No, it's a speaking role. So this is where we start speaking. If you were shy before, I gave you the chance to leave. You didn't leave. So that means you signed the contract. We're good to go. All right. So it's a speaking role. We're going to keep working on our communication and our presentation skills. I don't want any shyness because it's not going to work. Okay. So guys online, when it's your turn to speak, kindly put your cameras on so we can do intros on yourselves. Before you guys start, I know you're probably thinking, what am I going to say? I'm going to go across to Evans. So Evans, you put your camera on, let's see your face. So Evans is your training manager, all right? So he supports me in the business. So if you don't get a hold of me, Evans is no, you don't even need to come to me. Go to Evans. Don't come to me. Don't come to me. I'll tell you that straight. Even Goodness and the rest of them know. Don't come to me. Go to Evans. So Evans is your man. Is that a Barcelona top? Looks like a Barcelona top. So Evans is your man. He's the training manager. He coordinates everything. He access to your LMS, access to templates. When you get stuck in terms of okay, I'm trying to do this, I don't know what to do. Go to Evans. Okay. He rightfully, I think, happy to say he knows a good 100%, if not more, of what you need to do and how to go about it. And I'm sure he'll be able to help you get results. So I'll let him speak a little bit about himself while I turn off this background, and then you guys just get ready with your inputs as well. So yes, go ahead, Evans. Just change the sound.
All right. Good morning, everyone. Those online, please indicate if you can hear me. And OJ, I believe you've transferred the audio to the TV, so those in person can hear me as well.
Yeah. Keep going. Yes, I'll do that now. Keep going.
Okay, so welcome everyone to the training. Evans Njoku. As OJ has said, I'm the training coordinator, and I'm here to support you through your journey. After this, I'll be sending out an orientation document to give you an idea of what the journey entails, what is requested of you, your dedication. As we have. Oh, I can hear myself. OJ, can you mute, please?
Yeah, 1 second.
Yeah. All right. So we have heard over and over that your life is also a project. As you take your life seriously, you need to take this training seriously. It's going to help you. These skills are transferable. Uh, you use it for work, and you can also apply it to your life. So I will implore you to take this very seriously. Don't shy behind. Don't feel overwhelmed because there are a lot of new information that will be coming in. No problems, no worries. Just keep doing the work. It will become second nature in a few weeks, right? Have structured learning, community learning process that we have. OJ, do you think I should go on with presentations now? Because all right, that's fine. So we have Tuesdays for domain knowledge presentation, which is going to help you to build specific domain knowledge in several fields while you're here with us. And on Fridays, we have the opportunity to share updates on project reports. And it's beautiful because you get to learn from others that are already on projects, and you pick up from their own lessons, what they're doing right now, what they're getting right, and what they're getting wrong. This is going to be an exciting journey. I'm really happy about it that you're here right now. Uh, See you in the next few weeks. You'll be happy with yourself. I'm positive about that. Cheers, guys. Over to you, OJ. You're muted if you're saying anything, OJ.
Yes, sorry, I can hear you
All
now.
right.
1 second. Yeah. Okay, so we're gonna come back to the room, give the guys online more time to prepare themselves. So who's gonna go first in the room? Anyone? Huh? Yeah, go for it. Just you can just yeah, yes, come up front so the guys online can see you as well. Let me just this is gonna
Hi guys.
how you doing? Yeah, 1 second. Let me because the camera follows me, so there you go. They can see you now.
Oh, so you're just gonna start next to me?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
Right. My name is Michael Shakoya. My name is Michael Shakoya. I'm a software engineer. Went to university to study accounting, but prefer software engineering. What do you mean? What's the when?
So who are you? What do you do? Where are you from?
I'm from I'm from here, but originally family's from Nigeria. I grew up, I was born here.
You sure, mate?
Yes, I 100%.
When do you plan to get a job by? What is your driver? So
I want to get a job as soon as possible.
okay.
And why? Because getting a job as a software engineer is not as easy as it was back a year or two ago. Heard about project management. It sounds like a good career path to go to. I think it will help you in your day-to-day life as well, because like Evan said, life is a project. If you have a goal to, you know, fitness goal. So if you got a fitness goal, it's a project. If you have a goal to get to university, it's a project. If you want a job, it's a project.
Yeah.
So yeah, life is a project, man. So this will definitely help me, I guess, in life as well as make money.
Perfect. Thank you very much. Good job. All right, let's go. Yes. Can you guys online see him, yeah?
Yes, I can see him.
Yeah. You can or can't. It's following me, that's why.
I
But
can
you
see
can
him.
see it. You should be
Yeah.
able to see it. Yeah.
Yes, I can.
I'm Khalid. One.
So who are you? What do you do?
Okay.
Where are you from?
I work in customs, so for a shipping company, customs administrator, but I'm looking to move away from that. Where I'm from, well, Nigeria, but then obviously I've grown up here most of my life.
So are you British, mate?
I'm British, man. Yeah. When this one?
Yeah, when do you want to get a job by?
Within the next few months.
Okay.
The next few months is it. And why? Because I actually had project support qualification a few years ago, but I never ran with it, I never picked it up again. So I'm just coming back to it.
Okay,
Yeah.
cool. Thank you very much.
Yeah.
All right. So who's next? Who's next? Guys in the room? Yep, let's go. Yep.
Hi guys, my name is Goodness and I'm a marketer. I love selling stuffs. Currently I'm selling myself to you guys. I'm running my own campaign agency and I need project management to be able to manage people that work with me. When do I want to get a job? Yeah, as soon as possible. Something like that, yeah. So yeah, that's it for me.
All right, thank you very much. Okay, next person. So we're gonna get ready for the guys online. Let's go.
Hello everyone. My name is Fermi Aroshebe from Nigeria in the States. I used to be a fleet supervisor back in Nigeria, and I'm a student studying MSc Project Management to progress my career. When do I want to get a job? As soon as possible, obviously. So it's not, hopefully it will not affect my study visa restriction. Why do I want to become a project manager? Yeah, career progression, as I said earlier.
Okay.
I used to be a field supervisor, so how to, yeah.
No problem. Thank you very much. Great stuff. Okay. Yep. One more, and then we're gonna come to the guys online.
All right, hi everyone. My name is Moyo. I'm a software engineer specialized in mobile applications at AI. And well,
Yeah. So who are you? What do you do? Where are you from? When do you want to get a job? What's your why? What's your driver?
I'm from Nigeria, and when I was to get a job, probably by Monday. And then what was my drive? I think I just enjoy building solutions for businesses, and I think I'll need project management to be able to manage my teammates because I'm a lead engineer in most of the places that I do things. So yeah,
Okay.
thank you very much.
All right. Thank you very much. Okay, so I'm just gonna go to the guys online. So just give me a second. Right. So guys online, are you there? Let me just 1 second. Yeah, guys online, we need you to speak, please. So can you just do as everyone else has done, introduce yourself? So online, okay, let's go.
Who's going?
Yeah,
Hi, everybody.
okay. Hello, hello, hello. Can you hear yourself?
Can you guys hear me? Knock, knock.
Yeah.
Hello.
Yes, can you hear yourself?
Myself, me. Yeah.
Okay, let's go for it then.
I can hear myself from here. I don't know if I'm meant to hear it from somewhere else. All right. Hi, everyone. My name is Miriam. Who am I? Miriam. What do I do? I work in financial compliance within the AML space of of work. So we AML being anti-money laundering. So that's a space that I've worked at for nearly a decade now. Well, yeah, over a decade now. Why do I want to join project management? It's something that I feel like I well, I've been told that it's a natural for me. So I thought, I'm already managing people's day-to-days. Why don't I get paid for it? So, when do I want to get a job? Yesterday. So, and yeah, I think that's it. So I'm ready to embark on something new. I just thought I will try, a different career path whilst I to a great extent enjoy what I do. Who says you can never expand on your knowledge? So that is my main drive, expand. You can never stay complacent and comfortable. So yeah. Thank you.
Yep, thank you very much, Mariam. Appreciate that. All right, so Ike, I see you got your camera on, so let's go for yourself, please.
Yeah, my name is Ikechukwu Martins. I'm from Nigeria, and I have a background in youth work. Currently, I work with young people with learning disability, and yeah, my drive for position. I kind of like enjoy doing something that I'm more in control, and found out that even though before prior to this time I hadn't had any more knowledge or even anything about project management, but which I had to like read more of and took some classes to get some foundations. But I kind of like have a drive in it because I found out
Sorry, Ikechukwu, maybe it
that
might
I
help
have
if
some
you are steady. We're struggling
skills
to.
that relates. So yeah, can you hear me now?
Your internet is in and out. Maybe if you were steady, because you were moving around quite a bit. Maybe if you stayed steady, it might be steady.
Sorry, sorry, I was at work. I was kind of like walking out so that to a place where it's kind of like more convenient. Right, but can you hear me now? Hello?
Yes, we can. Go ahead.
Right, so yeah, in conclusion, I want to most probably like 3 months. I want to time.
Yeah, sorry. I think your connection looks like it's gone by this time. So let's just stop yourself there, Ikechukwu. Maybe you'll talk later on and hopefully you sort out your connection. All right. Moving on to the next person. Okay, you got your camera on. So yes, over to yourself. Thank you.
Hi everybody, hope you can hear me. My name is Chidera Ifediba. I'm from Nigeria, currently in Wales. I work for a retail company. I'm in charge of auditing into the company. When do I want to get a job? Hopefully in a couple of months at least. Why project management? Because I've always had like a desire for organizing. I think it just comes naturally. So why not put it into the answer and make money out of it? Is that it?
Yeah, that's fine. Thank you very much. Okay, great work. Thank you. Okay, so we've done the housekeeping, we've done the intros. Okay, so let's kind of start slowly getting into it. One thing I will tell you all now, just so you know, again, if you need to get some fresh air at any point in time, please feel free to ease yourself. Phones, take your calls outside, and let's stay engaged. Guys online, if I can't hear you, just let Evans know or drop me a call directly or whatever it is. You know, I want to make sure I carry you guys along. If you can't see the screen, anything, just please speak up, all right? But I want to make sure you all get value out of this and we all meet the objectives. Okay, so again, getting into it, this course, how do we deliver this course? It's across 6 modules. The goal is to complete module 1 for each or a module per day. We may not do that. It doesn't matter. We'll still keep going until we complete the whole thing. But for the next 3 weekends, so if you didn't know, this is for 3 weekends. Okay, Saturday, Sunday, 3 weekends. Saturday, today, 11:5. Sundays is 1:5. Okay, we appreciate people go to church and mosque, you know, the rest of it. So 1:5 on Sundays. If you have a late night on a Saturday, you can still make it in, no excuses. All right. So again, the learning materials are here. We also have access to them on the LMS. Evans will set you all up on the LMS. Okay, so he'll do that later on today. So you'll all have access to the LMS. You'll have the learning materials. You can go through it in your own time, you know, and then if you have any questions, again, we can address them in class, right? As Evans already mentioned, we meet officially twice a week, Tuesdays and Fridays online. You don't have to be here, you can do it online. Tuesday sessions are what we call knowledge sessions, okay? Why? Why is very simple. You can't work in this industry and not understand how the industry works or different types of projects within the industry. As a project manager, I mentioned some of the companies I've worked for before, and those companies are not all in the same line, right? I've worked from banking to finance, to FMCG, logistics, right? Because the skill set is something that goes across all industries, right? The projects that I do are also very diverse as well. They're not all the same type of projects, okay? For yourselves, I can guarantee you that the minimum you can get out of this training, so just so you understand the roles, and again, this is as a guide, but I've been doing this for so long. This is just there for you guys, not for me, right? But just so we're clear, okay, in this industry, from a project management perspective, we have different layers, okay? Top layer, top dog is what would be a portfolio director, okay? Now, why you need to listen is because I don't write clearly. So you need to listen to what I'm saying. Because if I've written it, I might have forgotten what I wrote because I can't read it anymore. So you guys need to follow along. So portfolio director, top dog, right? Then program. You have a program manager, okay? In some places, they might even say senior program manager and then portfolio, but program manager, okay? Then you have a senior project manager, okay? And then a project manager, okay? And then, depending on the organization, you'd have a junior project manager, then you'd have a project assistant or admin, okay? And then in some places, you'll also have a project coordinator. You see that writing? This is why you need to follow the class. Okay? So, like I said, pen. Where do we get the pens from again? Yeah, I think there's just behind there. So just bring out the pack. So where do you guys fit in? You guys fit in, truthfully speaking, and again, I'm not a salesperson, so I've got no reason to lie to you. You guys fit in, or let me say this training fits you in here. Junior project manager, project coordinator, project assistant, project administrator. That fits you in there nicely. No questions asked. That's a role you could walk into off the back of this training alone. Right? And what does that get you money-wise? Minimum, I'd say 25 to upwards of 50. Why the gap? It's simple. Industry. Yeah? Literally yesterday, one of my guys got a job with a company, but he's going to be working on behalf of that company for a bank, Deutsche Bank, right? Don't know, you probably come across them, Deutsche Bank. And then it made me realize, it took my memory back to the time I went for an interview with Deutsche Bank, okay? It was a junior project manager role, and they were paying $450 per day, right? So I'll talk about the difference in pays, because I need you to really understand how everything's structured. Some of you might know this already, but that's fine, okay? Now, in my mind, I'm like, if that's what a junior is getting, £450 a day is $9,000 a month. You understand? So I'm like, if that's what a junior is getting, what is a senior or the project manager getting? Because usually it would be at least 100, 200, maybe more, depending on the industry. But because this is banking, that's what they were paying. Now, in some other sectors, like that's what a senior is getting, or even a program manager. So it all just differs depending on the sector and the industry. So for yourselves, the target is minimum that average. I would definitely peg you guys 30, 35K. Okay. Now, is money a driver? Yes, it is a driver. All right, but it's a means to an end. I'm not saying take 35K and go and sit there forever. That's not going to work, right? You take it to get your foot in the door. Now, if you're a sharp person, all you need is 6 months. 6 months, you move up, right? Because what you want to be doing is building value within yourself. No company is going to want to pay for you if there's no value in you. It's as simple as that. I've worked with people in this industry that are charging $1,200 a day. I'm the project manager and I know how much I'm getting. And I'm like, I need to learn what this guy knows. And that's what they're getting it comfortably. You understand? No questions asked. But it's all about value. And that's why we're here. Okay? So, can anybody get a project manager role from this training? The answer is yes. And the answer is no at the same time. The answer is no, because I'm not going to tell you that I'm going to train you and you're going to become a project manager overnight. It needs experience, right? Because with these other roles, what you are doing is you're working in a supporting capacity. So you're not the head, You're the neck, right? You're the one that makes the project manager's job easier so that he can, as the head does, move around. Yeah. So I wouldn't tell you, oh yeah, we'll do this training and you become a project manager overnight. It's no joy to me that you become a project manager or you get a project manager role and then they get rid of you after 2 weeks. That's pointless. I'd rather you get something that you can comfortably swim in the shallow end, swim in, get your 6 months, build your money up, learn what you need to learn, and move on. Right? Because again, my job here is to give you guys the hack. If you took a job at 30K, right? There is no rule that tells you your next job needs to be 35 or 40K. No, there's no rule. This is what happens. Everybody feels like there's all these rules that you have to. There are no rules. Nothing is set in stone. You make your own rules. Okay? Literally from that 30K, you can get to 60 in your next job. It's how well can you sell yourself? It's how well can you show value to the company that, listen, this is what I'm going to bring to you. This is what I can do for yourself. One of my jobs, not my favorite, but I left the job after about 2.5 years because I realized like you guys are playing me. This is not the plan. It was like, oh yeah, you start, we're going to promote you, we're going to do this, we're going to put you on a roadmap, And don't get me wrong, my manager, no offense to females on the line, but I don't know what it is with female managers and myself. They absolutely just drive me nuts. You understand? And this woman was all over I'm like, goodness me, you know? So I quit the job. It was a permanent job, right? Paid me 25K. This is going back to 2012, maybe, 13, right? They gave me everything. The company car. The car I have now is the car I had then, like an Audi A4, S-Line. They pay for all of that. They give you that because they make you comfortable. Thinking, yeah. So here I am, riding around town, cock of the matter. This is me. I've made it, right? Now, backstory. The light bulb went off for me because there was a project I was working on, RWE, Npower, which is an energy company. I don't think they're still in existence. I'm not sure. And then I was doing the budgets, and I saw my name. I saw my name, Jonathan Faladay, 350 a day. I'm thinking, oof. I'm doing my maths. I'm like, GCSE maths ain't great, but what the heck is that? I'm not getting that money. 350 a day is £7,000 a month. I'm getting what? 1,900, 2,200 at the most after tax. So I'm thinking, what's the story here? And I remember running to the program director at the time. And I'm like, program manager. I'm like, what's going on here? He's like, no, it's not like that. Because his name, I can't remember his name, something Smith, usual white name. His name is there, £1,000 a day. Again, that's quick, that's easy maths, isn't it? 1,000 times 20, 5 working days a week. That's what? Yeah, £20,000. I'm like, what's the story? He's like, no, it's not like that. He goes, and he put me on the game. I'm like, right, I see, that's the game. So from that moment, light bulb went off. I'm like, I'm not doing this anymore. I want that money, right? And that's not something you guys have to have within yourselves. You've got to want to have more. And that's why you're here, because you want more, right? I don't know how much anyone's earning, but I know you want more. It's as simple as that, right? So anyway, backstory. I saw the light bulb and I literally just moved. I just kept on moving. Thankfully, I'm at a point now. And again, anything I tell you, ask me for receipts. You understand? I will happily show you receipts. I'm at the point now where realistically, I can command anywhere from 750 to 850, right? Depending on the job, especially if it's M&A, because that's my niche, right? But again, this is where value kicks in. If you can't sell yourself to the company, if you can't give them that confidence that you can solve their problem, you can do something for them, there's no point, right? Because with project management, all you're doing is solving the problem. That's literally all you're doing. Because businesses don't do projects just for fun. There's no business that wakes up and says, we're just going to do it just because we want to. Even when it comes to CSR, you know, the community, what do you call it? Community, it's not CSR, there's another word. The community thing, what's it called? What's it called? No one knows this? No, you do, you all know it. Every company does it. So, sorry?
Corporate social responsibility.
Thank you. Corporate social responsibility. Thank you very much. Exactly, right? Even when they do things like that, they're not doing it just to tick a box. They're doing it because it's part of the bigger picture for them, right? So, again, we all know what our drivers are. We know why we're here. So to answer the question, can you get a project manager job? Like I said, yes and no. The yes is all dependent on you. It all depends on your skill sets, how much you knew before, how good you are with a computer or with a laptop. You understand? That's what determines whether you get to that next level. I'm not saying it's impossible, but I'm saying it's all within you, right? So that talks about the knowledge. So I'm making a point there about Tuesday sessions, knowledge-based sessions every Tuesday, okay? So you'll be given 12, 15, because we've added to it, so maybe it might be 20 now, different topics, different types of projects, right? And simply because we need you to understand and have what we call domain knowledge, right? Because you can't work in this industry and not understand the industry. So if somebody tells you it's a cloud migration project and you're like, how are we going to move the cloud? That's not what they're talking about. You understand? You know, when we say cloud, we're not talking about the clouds. Yeah, sure, go ahead. When we talk about clouds, we're not talking about, you know, clouds. So you need to know these type of things. It helps you understand the buzzwords and everything else that comes with it. Okay? So those are the things that we'll be doing. Friday sessions. Friday sessions are WSR, weekly status reports. Okay? As you would expect in any project environment, you have to give feedback on your work. This is what we've been able to do. This is what we've done. This is what we've got left to do. This is how much money we've spent, etc., etc. So that's something that is also important that we want you to do and practice as you go on. Okay? Again, that's every Friday. Right. Any questions so far? Online, are we all good?
Can you repeat this?
Yeah, I wanted to say that.
Okay, so starting at the top, portfolio director, senior program manager, and then program manager, senior project manager, junior project manager, and then project assistant, project coordinator, project administrator. Okay, so in short, I guarantee you'll get anything here, which is from junior to project admin, project assistant, project coordinator, right? And truthfully, if you've not worked in a professional environment before, that's the best place to start because you are not the one responsible. Does that make sense? You're supporting the one that is responsible. So you're just taking instructions. So therefore, it's not going to be as demanding, you know, because somebody's telling you what to do rather than you trying to get a job as a project manager and having to figure out what to do. Because I will not have you disturbing me saying this is what I need to do. Because if that's the case, I'm taking a cut of that check. Simples. All right? Any questions?
No.
Nope. Fantastic. So, like I said, 6 modules. Today's module is introduction to project management. You will get access to this. Like I said, I just have this purely for reference. I've been doing this long enough that I guess it's a good thing. I know what I'm talking about. Okay, so let's start diving slowly into it all, and let's see how we get on. From a timing perspective, you would have to forgive me. I don't really stop talking. If you need me to stop, let me know. If you need a break, I am half man, half machine, so I never need a break, but you guys are a bit more human than me, so if you need a break at any time, we'll do that. If you need to move your cars, feel free to do that at any time as well. That's not a problem. This is coming up to 12, so I would expect I would expect that we will take a break around 1 o'clock and then see how we move on. Take a lunch break later on as well. Okay, cool. So let's dive into it. Question to the house. When we say projects, what exactly do we mean by a project? What is a project? What is a literal definition of a project? Let me start there. And apologies if you put anything in the chat box, I will not see it unless you shout out. Okay.
This is module 1.
Yes, module 1. This is module 1. We've done the housekeeping, so we're all good. So, first question, what is a project? So I'm guessing you guys would have done some research, would have done some reading. I'm going on a project management course. I actually need to know what is a project. So how do you all understand that? What is a project? Why are you all thinking? Fermi, do me a favor. Go ahead.
It's a plan that has like a beginning and an end. It just used layman's terms.
Okay, beginning and an end. Thank you very much. Just give me 1 second. Can you pop to my room and just bring the Type-C charger? Yeah, it's on the floor. So it has a beginning and an end. That's the start. What else? It has a beginning and an end. What else? What is a project?
Would I set a target or an objective to achieve by the end of it?
Yeah, targets, objectives. Okay, perfect. Goals. Yeah,
Within a time frame.
time frame. Yeah. Okay, so that's beginning and end. Plan. Yeah. Okay. Anything else? The Type-C. Yes. No, I need a Type-C.
Okay.
Yeah, but there's a proper charger on the floor. Thanks. Anything else? So we've said a project has a beginning and an end, a time frame, it has a plan, it has a target, it has objectives, it has a goal. What else makes up a project?
It's like a structured managed chain.
Yeah, okay, structure, yeah. So let me establish this, guys. The only wrong answer is the
OJ.
Yes.
Hello.
Yes.
I will also add that one of the things that makes up a project is budget.
Budget. Thank you very much. Okay. Thank you. Yeah. So what I wanted to say is there is no wrong answer. Okay. Say whatever you want to say. Say if it's wrong, I'll tell you it's wrong, but it's probably right. So just say it. Okay. Don't worry about trying to look somehow. We're all here to learn. Nobody knows it all. I'm going to learn today. You're going to learn today. So let's keep that in mind. All right. So thank you very much for all that wonderful input. So we've said all of that. Now give me types of projects that you've seen. So we know what a project is.
No adapter, just the code.
There is.
Or is it for laptop?
You want to use mine?
Or someone took my charger. Yeah, it's for the laptop.
For the laptop,
Yeah.
okay.
It's on the floor.
Please specify,
Yeah,
so
yeah,
sorry.
please, sorry. Yes. Give me types of projects.
The construction job.
Construction projects, so building houses,
Building software.
building software is a project. Anything else?
Marketing.
Marketing,
Right. There's projects in media.
in media, okay. Manufacturing is a project. Building cars is a project. Yeah. Everything. All right. You just mentioned finance.
Event management.
Yes, event management. Yeah, perfect. Just help me plug that phone in. Yeah. You can take out that little thing there. Sorry, guys.
This.
Yeah, take that out. Yeah. Yes, event management is a project in itself. Funny enough, that's probably one of the simplest or easiest types of projects to actually do. So event management, thank you very much. Right. All of those are very much correct. Yeah. So I'm glad we've established what is a project and the different types of projects. So to give you I have to apologize, guys. I've actually cheated you guys. Now there's something I do. We have a culture here, and I think it's only right I stick to the culture. Although it's been a while since we had our last class. Now, to kind of take it back to the start, the culture that we have is at the start of the session, I will give you my steps at the start of the session. How I determine a good session is by the number of steps I've had at the end of that session. Okay? So if by the end of it, I haven't moved, it means you were all boring asses and it was a dry session. Okay? But depending on where we get to, tells me we've had a good one.
What, you just reset it?
No, I've not reset it.
What is it now?
I'll tell you what it is now. And then but the thing is, okay, so this is how it works. You then have to guess where I'm going to finish by the end of the day. Right? And there's £50 on the line. Okay? So as a group, you can decide for that £50, is it winner takes all, or do you split it first, second, third? So you guys have to decide, right? But right now, and I'll have you validate my stats. What am I on?
8,090.
8,094. That's right now. So I'm just gonna pop that here. 8,094. Okay. This is running out as well. 8,094. So what you guys need to do is guesstimate where I'm gonna end up. All right. So we've got Mike, Miriam, Chidera, Ike, Coyote, Goodness, Fermi. Yep, you called your name. Don't miss that money. And then Moyo.
Sorry, how do we win the money? Did you say?
So how you win the money is going to be based on who gets closest score, right? So that's how you win the money. Okay, but as a group, first thing
8,000 for today.
so far right now,
Today.
Today, yes. Right now, I've already done 8,000 steps, 8,094 steps to this very moment. Okay? You're thinking, how is that possible?
Did you walk here?
Then I walked to the office. I was up at 5:30. I already did a 4K walk in the morning. So, yeah. Yeah, that's
Sorry, do we have to also include the break? Because you said we're going to have a break at 1 o'clock. So
Yeah, so you're just going to guesstimate where we're going to end up, or where my steps are going to end up at the end of the day.
Okay.
That is it. So give me some numbers. So we finish at 5. To be honest with you, I wouldn't say there is any kind of maths for this, but I've had some students that literally got it spot on and, you know, they walked away with money.
12K. I'll just go with 12K.
Hey, listen, fine. 12K is fine.
Let's go with 12K.
12K. Okay, fine. That's yourself, Mike. 12K. Yes,
15,872.
that's Goodness. 15,872. Yeah. Okay. That's fine.
Sorry, how long is the class meant to go on for? 2?
We finish at 5.
5, right.
Yeah. Some people think there's a mathematical
So
formula.
we
I
should
don't
guess
know.
how many steps you would do
Yes.
between now and 5 o'clock.
Mhm,
Are you
mhm.
gonna go on the job?
Yeah, that's a valid question, actually.
Okay, I'm not gonna go on a jog.
I'll say you take 10 to 11K.
Give me one.
Okay, I'll say wait. 10,500.
10,500. Thank you. So that's for me, 10,500.
I'll say 11,007.
11,700. Money on the line, baby.
12,500.
That's Coyote, 12,500. Okay. We've still got Moyo, Evans, Ike, Chidera. What do you guys say?
I'll go with 13, close to maybe 13,500.
13,500. Okay. Yep. Ike, you got a number for me? Moyo, when he comes back, Evans.
No,
Go
no,
ahead.
no, I don't have a number.
Okay, that's on you. Evans, anything on you? I don't know if you're there actually. Okay, no worries. When you guys get a number, feel free to let me know. So let's establish this. Is it winner takes all or first, second, third? So first person with first closest person to declare £25. Then second and third split £25.
Let's do first, second, third. So.
First, second, third.
Yeah.
Fine. Do you guys online agree?
I'm probably just gonna buy something from the office and so.
No problem. Do you guys agree online? Are we happy with that? We're gonna split the money. We've got 3 people happy with it. No one speaking online. I'll take it as a split. Thank you very much. Okay, good job. All right, let's carry on with this. Now, I want you guys to have a look at this image here, okay? And just tell me how you understand all the different roles that's taking place, okay? So it would benefit you to just kind of digest the image. Obviously, you've got the labels on there. So what I want you to do is look at it and just understand what is each role doing and what are they contributing to the project, okay? I'm just going to give you a couple of minutes to think about that. Feel free to discuss it within yourselves. Again, this is an engaging course, so feel free to speak. There will be a lot of group engagement and group activities. So feel free to engage and discuss it within yourselves. PMO is Project Management Office. All right. I'll leave you guys for a hot minute.
The 2 at the top, what are they doing?
That's what you need to tell me.
What are they-
Yeah, those online. What do we think?
I think the man in red, who is the product manager, is the one leading the whole project. The consumer who is inside the what do they call this thing? Cart? Yeah, so
Yeah.
the consumer inside the cart probably has designed it because he doesn't want to walk. So now he wants something more convenient where he can get to his destination. The PMO is the project management office, which the project manager, I'm guessing, is delegating to, and that's why they're behind him to support. And then the specialists, they're the horses, which I'm guessing is the people that know how to walk faster than humans. So in this case, the horses are the ones doing it because they specialize in running and getting there faster than others. Yeah, and the project is, of course, the cars that consumer is in. Off the top of them, I'm thinking, I don't know.
Right, thank you there. Mariam or Ike, what's your take?
So I believe, as Chidera had echoed, the project manager would be what I said, the general project lead and overseer of the steps, the progress, and everything. The PMO, project management manager officer, I guess it's the project manager's right hand or the neck, as OJ had explained. The customer will be the client at hand who we are carrying out the project for. The project, I guess the task at hand that needs our attention and expertise and, to deliver an end goal. Specialist SME, now this is the area that I'm not particularly sure on, but I'd like to believe who it's the person that we would, if we might need to refer to if or where we need any particular input on the customer / the project. So SMS subject matter expert. So there will be a particular area within the project that we can liaise with them to get answers in order to achieve the end goal of the project.
That's good. Ike, please, yeah.
What I will say from the picture is that I can see that the main people driving the projects are the specialists. They kind of like very huge drive, while the project manager is up there controlling, ensuring that everything is aligned and organized together with the drive of the specialists. The project management office is the way it's sat there is kind of like it's kind of like a liaison role. Someone kind of like liaising and work hand in hand with the project manager, ensuring that they are kind of like second eye. While the customer sat with confidence and faith, ensuring that everything up there is going up well, and the project itself is on, and the customer kind of like is confident, sitting well, and they're kind of like confident that everything is going well, because the way they're sitting, they are really very hopeful on what the project manager is doing. So that's what I can just pick up from the picture.
Okay, any more? Do we all agree as a class? You guys are all happy with that? You get the gist? Okay, so in conclusion of that, thank you very much, Ike and Marion. Don't know who else spoke because I stepped out, but okay. To kind of go through it real brief, project manager. A project manager's job is to drive the projects. Simple, right? That's why he's in that position. Yeah? A project manager's job is to drive the project.
But when you say drive the project, what do you mean exactly?
Okay, what do I mean drive the project? What did the bus driver do?
Drive the bus.
Yeah? But
take you from A to B.
there we go. So a project
Yeah,
manager, go ahead.
But
Go ahead.
how do they do that? Do they tell you who to hire?
Okay.
Do they what do they do to get you to A to B?
Fantastic. They manage the project. They manage the execution. They plan and manage the project from end to end. So
do they tell you who to hire?
when you say who to hire, not necessarily. And I'll tell you why. So let's look at it this way. A project, like we said, so all of this that we said is spot on. A project has a beginning and an end and all the rest of that time frame. Okay. So here's where we are. A to B. All right. First thing I'll make clear to you, like I said already, when a business is embarking on a project, what they will do is look at their as is. Yeah. As is basically how are things right now. The as is. Right?
The current state.
Current state. Fantastic. Is anyone here working on a goal or has a goal that they're working towards? Something like that. Whether a fitness goal, a life goal, monetary goal, anything.
Yeah, I think all of us do.
Give me one. I want to use somebody as an example. Fitness goal. Come on up. Don't worry, I'm not going to ask you to show your six-pack. Right. So if you don't mind, share your fitness goal with us. What is your fitness goal?
What can I say? Improve muscle.
Improve muscle.
Mass,
okay.
Improve strength overall.
Improve strength overall.
Improve endurance.
Endurance. Okay.
Get a 6-pack instead of a 4-pack.
Get a 6-pack instead of a 2-pack. Right. What else?
Yeah, just get stronger overall.
Okay.
Overall.
So just stay there. Don't go anywhere. So everything you're saying there is spot on. Right. So what we're going to do naturally is we would want to document the current state. Yeah. So you said 2-pack. Biggie or 2-pack? Oh, 4-pack. 4-pack. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So okay, with this fitness goal, what are we going to actually do? What would we need to do? He said a lot of things there, but what do we actually need to do? I'm saying we're going to write it down, we're going to document it, but what do we need to do? What's one thing that we've not done?
Create a plan.
Before that. So let me help you out. We would actually want to validate what he's saying, right? Because projects are measurable. So we would actually measure him based on all the things he's saying. So increase muscle mass. So there are ways we can do that, right?
Right, so basically a step on the scale.
Yeah, do a
Yeah,
BMI check and all that
yeah.
kind of stuff, right?
Got it.
That will then give us the statistics, right? So then that gives us the as is.
Mm.
So it's that as is that we will use as a benchmark to say, this is how we currently are, this is how things are, but this is where we want to be. Okay, so just random, but I'll just say now, okay, right now you are 22% body fat. Okay,
Yeah.
I don't know, I'm don't
Yeah,
take offense.
don't worry, I'm not.
Yeah, I can't do this with ladies, it's impossible. 22% body fat, right? That's the as is. The goal, the to be, yeah, could then be, okay, you know what? 15% body fat, right? But before we go any further, there's something we need to do, and that's called SMART objectives. We need to set SMART objectives. Anyone heard of SMART? Okay, and what does it mean?
Specific, measurable, achievable, reasonable.
Yes, realistic and time bound. Yeah. So you can see how that's, you can sit down now. Thanks. You can see how that's going to help us out here, right? Because if you just came up and said, oh, yeah, my goal is to lose weight, is that specific? Is that measurable? Is it achievable? You understand? So all those things, we would weigh them or assess them against a SMART technique, right? So it's the same with businesses, right? So from there, you would say, okay, this is my current stat. We'll take all that down. And then this is my goal of where I want to be. We would also take that. Someone there? Hello?
Sorry.
Oh, okay. Yeah, grab a seat. This is where I want to be. Okay. Now, we understand the personal side. On the business side, to give you an example, I know I haven't answered your question yet. Just keep your question in mind. On the business side, to give you an example, right? So, someone give me a business, any business that you like. Klarna. Okay, fine. Right. Klarna. Okay. Klarna, sorry. Klarna, it's the company behind you. Okay, so we would want to look at the current position of the business. Okay, and we could say, so this is the executive of Klarna. Tell us what is the current as is of the business.
As is of the business.
Yes.
We're currently working with 2 clients at the moment.
2 clients. Okay, so already we can see where we're going. Yeah, so 2 clients. Continue.
We have 9 members on board at the moment.
9 members. Okay.
We've not launched any official campaign yet.
Okay, fine.
Zero official campaign.
0 official campaigns. Yep.
What else? Still building the systems, the backend system.
Okay, systems still in build. All right. Okay, I'll leave that for now. Yeah. So that is the as is, right? The to be could then, if I can just jump in, that all right, we need to get 10 clients. From 9 members, we want to get to 18 members. From 0 campaigns, we want to get to 20 campaigns. And then from system being built to system in place and working. What's missing from here? Use the SMART method. What's missing from here? Is it specific? Yes or no? Yeah. Is it measurable? Yeah, because we can say, well, 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Yeah, it's measurable. Is it achievable?
Yeah.
Yeah, we can look at the skill set and say, yeah, you know what, we've got the right people. Is it realistic?
Yeah.
Yeah, so what's missing?
Oh, the time frame.
Every project has a beginning and an end. So very right, the time frame. Okay? So we could say, you know what, this is a time frame of 6 months. Okay? So we understand that, right? All good. So to answer your question, what does a project manager do? A project manager comes in and he needs to understand this. One thing I always say, anywhere you find yourself working on a project is, let me move around a bit so the camera can work. anywhere you find yourself in a project environment, you want to understand what is the driver of the project. Why are we doing this? You get my point? You need to know, why is the business doing this? You guys being here is a project. If your why wasn't strong enough, you would have stayed in bed this morning. You'd be like, I don't really need it, let me just relax. Yeah? So you need to understand that why, because that's what's going to drive the project. That's what's going to drive you. I'm going to give you understanding as to why you're there in the first place. Right? So the why is important. The why is what I call the driver. And it's what I'm always asking. When I find myself in a new engagement, I need to know the driver. And I to be honest, I want to know so that I know what I'm up against and how I'm going to be able to deliver the project. Now, as a project manager, it's not for me to justify the why. That's not my business. You understand? If they brought me in to deliver a project, with the way I work, being a contractor, they just call me and say, execute. I say yes. Yeah, no questions asked. I just say yes. The driver and the justification is down to the business. So if the business says we want to do this, so be it. I just come in and do what I need to do. So using Klarna as an example, if a project manager comes into Klarna, he's not going to say, well, why do you want more clients? That's not his business. Why do you want to get more team members? There's no, if I'm asking you questions, it's only to understand, okay, the objective, but I'm not going to push back and question, be like, no, just stick with 2 clients, you're fine. No, because I'm talking myself out of a job, right? Like I said, I'll use the current projects I'm working on as an example. So one of them is with Well Pharmacy, and that is a migration, a service desk migration. So again, if I say anything that you don't understand, please speak up, yeah? Because I'm just going to assume you understand it because you kept quiet, right? So speak up. Service desk. Everybody know what service desk is? Nope, yes, nope, nope, okay, fine. Service desk are the guys you call for IT help. So wherever you work, there's probably an IT help desk, and all they do is pick your calls and say, oh, the password isn't working, this isn't working, blah, blah, the printer's not working. That's the service desk, okay? So Well Pharmacy, which is a company or the client I'm currently engaged with, they have about 600 stores nationwide. I don't even know how many staff that they have, but they have a lot of staff. Now, the project there is a migration. As is, again, if you're following, as is they have a UK service desk, right? And they currently have about 10 people, workers in the UK service desk, right? It's a small service desk, but they really do a lot of work. As is. The to be is the one to migrate the service desk to Pakistan. Now, why do you think they want to do that?
Cheaper.
It is cheaper. It is cheaper, right? From doing my numbers, I believe the cost of one UK staff gives you about 2.5 Pakistan staff. Make sense? Right? So for the business, it's a real no-brainer. Right? Now, what's one thing that we think would be a problem in this scenario? What do you anticipate would be a problem? Confidentiality. The customers, the users, yeah? The data, okay? Very important. I'm glad you said confidentiality because it's a big part in this, right? So, because this is a UK service center, there's really no stress, right? The staff, usually when they're working, they do weekend work, but on the weekend work, they work from home, right? If the staff need to, in the evenings, they can work from home. They've got their laptops, the internet is fine, everything is good. Now, Pakistan, no chance. You are not working anywhere outside of this office. So so consider this, the business, what do? They actually handle data, patient data, people's medical records, people's medication, things like that. That is sensitive data. So even with this, you have to get it signed off by the bigger people at the top, that this is what we're doing, right? So we have to put measures in place to ensure that the business is going to be comfortable with it. So let me give you a quick run through of what the business had to do. So first of all, they have to set up what is called, that should be a box, but never mind. They have to set up what is called a dark room, right? Now, a dark room is basically a room that only key people can go in there. So imagine this was a service desk room, right? Specifically built for them. There's a secure entry. You can't just walk into it and say, let me come and see my friend. You understand? Because these guys are seeing data. You understand? They've got access to data, right? No mobile phones allowed in that room. You can't bring your mobile phone, because what are people going to do? Take pictures of people's data. Yes, they're going to be taking pictures of people's data, right? And then calling them up and say, hello, I have your data, blah, 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 whatever. You understand? It's a breach of confidentiality. It's a data breach, basically. Okay. Again, with that, we've had to build specific devices for them. So we didn't give them the general device. We've had to build a specific device and put a specific build on that device. So realistically, when they put that device on, when it pops up, they can only click on the application, one application. They can't go and surf the web. They can't download, nothing like that. You understand? So these are all the things that we had to put in place because they are all risks that we had to mitigate against. Okay, so I don't want to bash on that. I think you guys understand this, but I don't think I've answered your question. What does a project manager do? A project manager comes in. First of all, he understands the project. Okay, you have to know what you're doing and why you're there. Okay, understands the project. 2, plans the project. Yeah, put a plan in place. This is how we're going to get from here to here, right? Now, as part of that plan, you'd want to understand the budget or put a budget in place, understand the people and the resources that you're going to need. When we say resources in this field, resources mean people and money, right? So that's just typical. So budgets, people, things like that. Again, depending on the industry or wherever you find yourself, you need to understand what are the processes of the organization, because this is where, from my experience, project managers mess up, right? Because if the business has an internal process, you need to know that. So a simple process could be, if we're going to do something, it needs to get approval from 10 people, right? If you haven't identified those 10 people, question.
What's reasoning number 1?
You have to understand the project. Understand the project and then plan the project. Okay? So with the plan, you need to understand what is the budget, who's required, so people, resources, what are they required to do? So to simplify that for you, when you all chop big bucks and you now say, you know what? I want to build a house. Yeah? Who in here is going to build a house in the next 5 years? We're going to turn this to church right now. Come on up, come on up, come on up, come on up.
Hallelujah.
Hallelujah. Somebody, round of applause for your people. All right. This is our house home. Not even, well, a house builder. You're going to build your own house, yeah? Say amen. You want to kneel down? Let me pray for you. Right. So give us some requirements of this house.
It has to be somewhere around the desert.
Somewhere around the desert. Okay, so let me pause actually.
I said, bring the land first. That's the first plan.
So this is our customer. All right. I need someone else to be our project manager. Who would like to be our project manager? Guys online, I wish you could participate, but you're not here. So just follow along. Who will be a project manager here? Yes.
I'll do it.
All right, let's go.
I want a girl.
Excuse me. Right. So hope you can still see us online. So we've got our customer here. And we've got our project manager here. Okay. So what I want you to do is to give our project manager here your requirements for this house. Okay. And what I want you to do is make sure you've asked him all the questions and you understand what he wants, which is the first thing, right? You need to understand what he wants before you leave. So you only sit down when you're comfortable, you know what the customer wants.
Go on.
I want to be the house.
Okay. How many rooms?
I need an office, then my lounge, the kitchen, my personal bedroom, then the guest bedroom. So that's like five,
Okay.
five-ish.
Where?
Somewhere secluded, maybe in place that I don't like people.
Okay. Well, you know, okay, what country?
What country? Maybe Dubai.
Okay. Size of each room.
Size of each.
How
room.
big? Is it?
So I want it tall. This t-shirt for me. So I want the room tall, and I want it to be 6 by. Okay, what's the size of the big room? What's the size of this room?
Oh, actually, we need to start with, you know, size of the house.
Oh, the size of the. I want like a penthouse kind of size, like big. I want a big house.
You know how many square meters?
100
Okay,
square
that-
meters.
okay,
Yeah.
let's go
Okay.
with that. Okay,
Are you happy?
Am I happy? Let me see.
So guys in the room, help you out your project manager here.
Any questions?
What questions has he not asked?
I'm sorry, the house. How many square meters? Is it the 100 square meters?
Yeah, 100 square meters.
Okay.
No, the whole house.
The whole
Yeah.
house.
You have, yeah.
Anything else to ask?
Yeah, it has to be a story building like that, I guess.
Okay.
We're not, we need to know the size of the rooms as
What
well,
else do you
but
want
you
from the
know.
house?
Yeah, I want.
kitchen, bathroom.
Yeah, I want my helicopter to go to land on the house as well.
Yeah, that's-
Yeah.
What, you want a swimming pool as well?
No, I'm scared of water.
On
When you want it done by?
5 years.
In 5 years' time. Wow. That's all I can think of.
Yeah. Any questions?
I'll ask if there's a drawing of
Okay. If there's a drawing. Okay.
sketch.
Architects. Okay.
The sketch in
Okay.
my head.
So the project manager would pick that up. But yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. What else?
Sorry, are we allowed to ask like personal question? Like, do you have any kids?
Yeah.
Who
Sure.
wants a
Sure.
background? Like, sorry, a back garden,
Yeah, please.
business
Yeah.
proximity to school if you have kids.
The desert.
Okay, which one should I answer first?
That sounds like a real estate agent.
Yeah, I got just one kid, a boy. No wives.
Do you want the cinema?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. So we're happy, yeah? So from the questions you've
What's
asked,
your budget?
right.
Oh,
What's my budget?
yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
Maybe. Budget, what's the budget?
It's your house. It's your money.
Yeah, what's the budget?
Well, the one I'm building is about 2 million.
Yeah, 3 million.
There you go.
Okay, and how long, as you already asked, how long?
Well,
Yeah.
inadvertently, yeah.
Yeah, it's like 5 years.
Yeah.
Do you currently have a team or stuff or
No.
anything like that?
Nah, I just have the idea.
Just the idea.
Okay, cool. Happy days?
Yeah, that's all I could think of.
The rest of you are happy? Yeah? Thereabouts? Okay, thank you very much. Cheers, guys. All right, good stuff.
Hey,
So-
you can tell us what we missed.
No. Again, I don't think you've missed anything, but there's a simple approach. Yes, exactly. There will be a flow, there's an approach you can use, okay? So when we started the class, right, we had you're gonna need to do an introduction because you were late. And you always 10 press-ups. Yeah. So when we started the class, we started with the 5 W's and 1 H, right? So when you're approaching a project, if you use that as a benchmark to your questioning, so there's something that we call, in order for you to understand the project, there's something that we call requirement gathering. Yeah? Requirement gathering. You need to gather the requirements. Okay? So in this case here, we've only got one stakeholder. Now, let me be clear. Do we all understand the difference between shareholders and stakeholders? Yep. All good?
Stakeholders, anyone who's basically, that's a co-
Yes.
works for a company.
Yes.
Shareholders actually.
Yes, so shareholders a shareholder is anyone that has financial interest, that has actually put money and bought shares. That's a shareholder, right? A stakeholder can be anybody that has an interest alone. They don't need to have money. As long as they have an interest in the project, they are a stakeholder. Even if they don't have an interest, if that project affects them or impacts them, they are also a stakeholder, right? The reason I'm saying this is because as a project manager, key thing, which you will see across all job boards when we will start looking at jobs, is they will always tell you their stakeholder management, stakeholder management, stakeholder management. If it's not stakeholder management, you'll see stakeholder communication, something along those lines. That's what you're going to see, right? Because that is primary to success. And why it's primary to success is because when you get into a project environment, you need to understand who are all your stakeholders, right? So assuming in this, using going back to our house example, assuming that our customer here had a wife, right? But then we didn't speak to the wife. We only spoke to the customer. We only spoke to the husband. Logically speaking, you know, the woman or the wife is probably more invested in the house than the man, right? So if we're going to want to have a successful project, she, the wife, as a stakeholder, is probably somebody we need to really get close to. You understand? So that we can get the requirements. Yes.
Would you say all stakeholder voices, because like the children are stakeholders, but they're not?
Good. So the question, no, valid. So the question is, are all stakeholder voices equal? The answer is no, they're not. And how we know that, or how we understand that, is because there is a stakeholder matrix, which we're going to cover. Okay. But to take it a step back, we're going to do the stakeholder matrix. It's an exercise for that. But to take it a step back and just to give you that understanding now, when we get into a project environment, we need to understand, first of all, who are all the stakeholders, right? Secondly, how much power or influence do these stakeholders have on this project? Okay, so from what I know, Fermi, you're a single man. Come on up, one of you have an example. The rest of you, I don't know if you're taken or married or whatever, but I can vouch for this guy is single, right? Well, you got one girl in Nigeria, two girls in Nigeria. All right.
Yeah, you look like someone that has one job.
Where you are single.
Is there any girl in Nigeria that you promised that?
You
You know this guy has promised a few girls in Nigeria. I'm coming back for you.
I don't know.
Okay. Now, single man, okay? Should start doing pop the balloon. Single man right here, yeah? Now, Fermi now meets a lovely young lady, okay? So, in meeting a young lady, for those of you that have gone through this process before, what do you do? What do you want to do?
Icebreaker.
You try and
Icebreaker.
icebreaker. Okay, yeah, we've gone past that. But let's talk about stakeholders, right? So you meet a lovely young lady. She would have stakeholders in her life, right? People like who?
Husband.
No, she's single, bro.
That's just right.
You're revealing yourself.
You go for the married one.
Okay, yeah, well, okay, we don't want someone else's wife, so she can't be married. She's single, you're single, okay? So, mother, father, parents, okay? She may have a child, their friends, right? Who else?
But
Siblings, yeah.
are they stakeholders though?
Okay, good question. Let me
Are they
pause.
are they moving into this house?
No. They're not moving into the house. But why they're stakeholders is because they have a vested interest in her life. Correct?
But so it doesn't have to be directly connected to the project itself.
Okay, so the project in this case is, for lack of a better word, they're going to get married. That's the project.
Okay.
Yeah?
Okay.
Into the house.
Hmm?
And they're moving into the house.
Yeah, they're going to be together. I'm not saying the stakeholders are going to live with them, just to be clear. But what I'm trying to make you understand is that the people in her life are stakeholders. Okay? So she tells you that, hey, Fermi, listen, I want you to meet my uncle, right? My uncle is the best. I love him so much. He's been there for my family from start till this very moment. He is the absolute best. So what has she told you right there? What do you do with that information?
She values his input.
Yeah.
So
she's already told you that this stakeholder, this uncle of hers, is somebody that has a high influence and a high interest in her life. You're nodding. I believe you understand me now. You got me now. Sorry?
I said in my life.
In her life decisions. Fantastic. Okay. So, uncle, come on up. Right? There we go. So this is our uncle, right? And this is how I want you to approach stakeholder management. Okay. So Fermi now comes and he meets the uncle. So I'm not going to ask you to come up because you're the only female, but I'll be female for like 2 seconds. Okay. So I'm like, oh, Fermi, my uncle. Not all women speak like that. But Fermi, meet my uncle. Right. So it's good because that's the exact example I use. Right. So if he sees the uncle and says, yeah, how you doing? You're all right. Yeah. Assuming he's a cultured man, he's from the village or whatever, he may shake your hand, but when you leave, what is he going to do? Call the girl and say, my daughter, you know I love you. Give me that language again. They said that to you. But that's right. That's what the uncle will say. The uncle will say, I don't think he's the one for you. Yeah? But if he had come, so now you're going to do it again. Yeah? Hey, my uncle. Oh. Yeah? Right? Already, the uncle is going to be pleased because culturally, we understand that, all right, this is how things happen. Yeah? So, again, when I say culturally, he could be white. But because he understands the project at hand, and he is also invested in making it a success, he's taking that upon himself to understand the cultures and the norms and the customs, etc. Right? So thank you guys. You can sit down. Thank you very much. So, so the whole point I'm trying to make is when you get into a project environment, the stakeholder piece is one of the strings to success. Because one, if you don't identify the stakeholders clear and loud, I'm not saying you won't be successful, but you will probably struggle. Because it's important to know who is in the play.
Is there a formula to identify stakeholders?
Not a formula as such. Go ahead.
Don't you just talk to them?
Yeah.
What I'm starting to realize is it's much more than just like how should I say it? We need to build a rapport with these people.
Exactly. You need to build a rapport. Yeah. And you need to have the ability, which is something you will develop over time, the ability to build rapport quickly. You understand? Because like as myself now, if I get an engagement 6 months, I can't take 1 month just trying to get to know you all. No. I've got to come in and get deep into it and get running. So going back to that example and bringing it into projects, when you get into a project environment, you need to understand who are all your stakeholders, right? Meeting people, having discussions, doing workshops, going out for lunch, whatever it is. Because that's the only way you're going to understand that, oh, okay, this person is this person is that, right? One thing I would always say is when it comes to, again, project management and being in this space, and especially when you've just started the gig, right? Especially to the guys, I would always tell you this. You don't know who's sleeping with who. Right? So don't go into an environment, and I've seen guys do it. Don't go into an environment, you see one girl, be like, she's Nigerian. Let me start chatting to her. No. Why? You understand? And there's been too many examples where people just fall into it. Because you don't know who has a relationship with who. That's why from my experience, I don't pick sides. I've gone into places and people like to, even in workplaces, they will form cliques in workplaces. And they'll be like, oh, we don't like him too much. And he's like this, he's like that. What's my own? I just need to make sure Friday comes, I submit my timesheet, I get paid on Monday. That's it. You understand? So again, you need to use what you see to understand the environment. Now, key thing is identify your stakeholders and identify their level of power and interest in your project. So who actually has a voice in this project and who doesn't? Yes, everybody will speak. You know, coming back to that example, let's say now we're back at the family barbecue and the girl says to Fermi, that my auntie there, she's just rubbish. Nobody likes her. She's just like this, she's just like that. You understand? That is not now the auntie that Fermi sees and say, hey, auntie. Everybody's going to look at him like, nobody likes her, so why are you putting effort? You understand? Because she's already told you that, listen, this is not somebody I value like that. So whatever this person says, I don't care. This is the person I value, right? So it's the same in your project. You need to understand, okay, who actually has the last word in this project? So bringing it back to the house project, the husband might be the one speaking, or it might really be the wife. Yes, the end user. You understand? Because he's such a busy man, he's a millionaire, he's working. Please, I'm not being feminist or sexist, whatever new term is around right now. But you get my point. Yeah? So that's key thing to understand. Are we all good with that?
Yes, sir.
Fantastic. Now, how are we doing for time? 22. No questions, yeah?
What's
On-
the project?
What's the
project? You didn't answer.
what is a project? The literal definition of a project is a temporary endeavor. Let me bring it up for you so I don't have to write it.
To create a product.
Yes, exactly. 1 second, and I will finish up on this for you as well. Hold on. Where are we? You'll see it in a second. There you go. So I'll go back, but you don't have to write it all down. You will get this, so maybe make a note as to what you want to write. But basically, a project is a temporary endeavor, which you all mentioned, with a specific goal or objective, often with a defined scope, timeline, and budget. Right? A project, ladies and gentlemen, can be 2 weeks. Okay? A project can be 2 years. But to be clear, coming back to, if you remember when I drew the...
Oji, I have a question.
Yeah, go ahead.
So before you move on from stakeholders, so from your definition of stakeholder, it says stakeholder is anyone who is affected by the project. So
Affected, yes.
yeah, so let's say you're a project manager, and then the project you're handling is a construction.
Okay.
And then in the construction, you have to make a construction in a particular road, but the place you're making the construction have to block the driveway of someone there who kind of like is a very reputable or very influential person, and he's a kind of like an opinion leader in that very area. And you know that this person have the power to negatively influence the success of that project. So knowing that, so we can say that this person is also a stakeholder. So how do you include this person in that very project? Is it kind of like you're going to reach out to the person directly to liaise, or how do you include the person in the whole scenario, knowing that this person is powerful and they can be able to affect the success of the project negatively?
Okay. I'm going to open that up to the class. You've got your hand raised up.
So I would say that in every project, you have your primary stakeholders, you have your secondary stakeholders, you have those end users. So end users being, so primary being, so for example, now I can say your, what's it called? Shareholder.
Stakeholder.
Okay, stakeholder.
Yeah.
Stakeholder, you know, and in that bucket, you can have that stakeholder who influences the finances. So maybe the sponsor of the project.
Okay.
Then when it comes to your secondary, who you might as well put as your primary, but it depends on how you want to do it. That's where you find this person you're talking about is like you trying to do a project and you have to consult some regulatory body.
Okay, okay.
Like, so I think
Yes.
that's where this particular person falls into.
Okay.
Then of course your end users are your customers, or who are the people using it, you know. Internal has to be like maybe you being the project manager, your team members,
Yes.
the resources and the like.
Yeah. And then you would have external users as
Yeah.
well. Okay,
Yes.
fine. Anything else before I speak
Personally,
on that? Yeah, go ahead.
is so based off of was it
Ike, yeah.
yeah,
Mhm.
his example. I just want to know, is that a stakeholder bit, or is that part of the project management, you know, process? Because that's he's not directly associated with the stakeholder, but he's indirectly can impact the project.
Yes, you can. Yes.
So is he a stakeholder? Is he
Yes, he's
something that you need to take into consideration?
Yes, he's a stakeholder. He's a stakeholder because the project impacts him or them.
Oh,
Right? So the stakeholder is anyone that's two things. One, interested in the project,
no.
or two, impacted by the project.
Okay, so they're not even that. So let's just say
So
we're
that
building a
impact
house.
could be
Your
direct
neighbors-
or indirect. Yes, your neighbors. Yeah,
Okay,
exactly.
got it.
So I'm gonna tie it all in. So I'm gonna come to your answer or your question now. But you mentioned your neighbors. So let me use that as an example, right? You have a house, you've been living there for a while, your neighbors are there, you're all detached. Your neighbor now wants to build an extension. Let me ask you, do you think your neighbor can just go ahead and build an extension without your knowledge?
They have to tell you.
Yeah, they have to tell you. The council is involved, planning permissions. But hold on, it's not your house. It's not your money. It's your neighbor spending this money. So why are they coming to you? Because it impacts you. You might not be interested in it, but it impacts you. Are you getting my point? Yeah? Likewise, there was a story, I don't know how true it was, but there was a story I read. A woman, she said to her neighbor that, oh, she's going to do the garden, she's going to do the fences and all the rest of it. And the neighbor just said, okay. She does the job, turns around and says, oh, here's your half of the bill. And he's like, I didn't ask you to do it. Do you get my point?
Mm-hmm.
So the other neighbor is impacted, but is he interested? No. And financially, he's not liable because I didn't ask. You just came to tell me you were doing it. You didn't tell me how much it costs. You didn't ask my permission. So if you've done it and it's added value, indirectly added value to my house, because now guess what? My fence looks good as well. Fine. Right? So to then come to your question, Ike, you want to work on a construction project, it's going to block somebody's driveway or somebody's house. Again, depending on what we know. Let me just say, for example, if the part of the house, the outside or so, is council property, guess what? Council's going to do what they need to do. But again, they're not going to directly just go ahead. They'll give a notice, right? If you've lived in a new build or new area and they're paving the road or whatever it is, they'll give you a notice. They'll give you a heads up. Hey, guess what? On this day, please don't park your car here. That is a project because you're all stakeholders. They'll tell you don't park your car here, park your car down the road so that we can do what we need to do. Right? So projects are all around us. We just don't realize it, So I don't know. Did you get my answer there? Did I answer your question?
Yes.
Yeah. So you would have to get engagement from that stakeholder, carry them along, make sure they know what's going on. Again, depending on how much impacts them, do they need to approve? It all just depends, right? So I'll give you another example. Using this car park that we can all see here, this big car park in front of us. We've still got time, yeah. This big car park in front of us, right? Now, let's just say Donald Trump turns up and he buys this car park. And he says he's going to use this car park and he's going to build on the car park to deport people from America and he's going to store people there. which is very likely in this current age that we're in, yeah? And he's going to store people there, okay? Now, who are all the stakeholders that would be impacted or interested in that project? Deportees. The deportees, yeah. Right? The businesses,
Yeah.
yeah. Yeah, the schools, yeah. Who else? So you've mentioned the local community, yeah.
The boss.
The government, the UK government, yeah.
Yeah.
Right? So the list can just continue on, yeah? The local community, okay? Everyone is impacted. Now, what's going to give that project a green light? So if the community says we don't want that, is it going to go ahead?
No. It's not.
Not straight away.
Not straight away.
Well, you can still come.
It still could, but not straight away.
You want to know? It's funny enough. Yeah, literally yesterday, I found out that Jay-Z was trying to build a casino in America, in the I don't know the town. Let's just call it the town area of New York. But the community has said no, so it can't. But it's not going through.
Perfect, right? He's got the money.
Yeah.
Why not? Right? Because the local community is like, we don't want that in our area. You understand? Now, if that local community was like, oh, we want it, then they'll give it to them. But because they are impacted by it and they are heavily interested in it. Now, the community is not the one paying for it. You would like to think, yeah, if it comes into the community, what's it going to do? How do you think Jay-Z would have sold it to them? Oh, it's going to create jobs.
That's exactly what he said.
It's going to create jobs, man. And it would have rapped about it or whatever.
He brought celebrities, though.
No.
He's trying a lot of
perfect. It's a perfect example. Thank you for bringing that up. Right? He's going to do whatever it takes to convince, right? Because he has identified his stakeholders. Now, I'm not, again, like you just rightly said, it doesn't mean the fact that they said no doesn't mean that's the end of it. Because if you've probably seen enough American TV shows to know how things happen. Because what's going to happen? Jay-Z is going to fund. If I was Jay-Z, all I would do is fund a local mayor. I'm going to fund your campaign, man. Right? Put money behind him, get him in office. Once you get in office, buddy, guess what y'all going to do? Sign off on that right there. It happens all the time. Yeah? Well, politics, music, and business. We're here for projects, right? Are we all on the same page? Yeah? Fantastic. So we know what our project is. The benefit of a project already, you can see, is to achieve a goal. Like I said already, a project can be anywhere, 2 weeks, 1 week, 2 months, 2 years, so on and so on. To be clear, there's a different level between projects and programs. I want to talk about this quickly. That's programs and that's projects. What's the difference between projects and programs? What is a project? What is a program? Anybody? Oh, you're going to do your introduction next, so get ready.
Yeah, I would say a project, just like you just spoke now, is something that have a deadline. While program is something that has to do with I put it like repeating a pattern which has been over time, like it's been done that way. You just have like keep going, like do things based on routine and a pattern of how it's always been done. For instance, let's say an organization, like they have their procedures and policies and their patterns. So it can that's the kind of like program. Meanwhile, project is something that have to do with deadline, and you have an objective you're working on, which ends on a particular day.
Okay.
Well, can we say?
Go ahead.
Question: Can we say a program is part of a project? The program can be, to some extent, a guideline or guidance in order to achieve the objectives set up for the project.
Okay.
So I would say program
yes, keep going. Yes.
is the
Another
process.
one. Sorry?
Can we call program the process of getting the project?
Okay. Any more for any more? All right. So this is what I think. I think that projects sit within programs. And I'll tell you why. Okay. So a program also has a start and an end date. But programs go on for a longer period of time. From my experience, anything that you get from, let's say, 18 months to 24 months, so 18 months to 2 years and upwards becomes a program. Okay, give you an example. Everybody, you might not know this, but you can easily Google it. Everybody familiar with HS2? HS2 is a high-speed railway from London to, is it Birmingham? They've stopped it from Manchester now. So I think it's going to Birmingham. It's meant to be London, Birmingham, Manchester. HS2, high-speed rail. How long has that been going on for? At least 5 years, maybe 10. At least. Right? That is not a project. No. That now is a program. Or rather, it started off as a program. What it would have had is it would have had projects within it, or it still has projects within it. Are you following me? Yeah. Okay. So to be clear, what you're going to have, if you're going to have a program would have multiple projects within it. So you would have a project manager for each project and then a program manager at the top. The program manager, guess what he does? He manages the project managers. And the project managers manage the projects. Simple, okay? Now, everything that the project managers are doing are or is connected. And I'll give you a perfect example. Manufacturing company. They manufacture shoes. Currently, they make 5,000 shoes a month. So follow along. That's their as is. They make 5,000 shoes a month. They want to get to making 10,000 shoes a week, making 40,000 shoes a month. That's the goal. That's the to be. So they have an executive meeting and they say, you know what? For us to achieve this, we're going to need a program, right? And in this program, here are the things that we want to do. So using your general knowledge, again, I'm not an expert, using your general knowledge, how do they get from making 5,000 shoes to 40,000 shoes a month? What do you think they would need to do?
More human power.
More manpower, okay.
More machines.
Machines.
Space.
Space.
Storage.
Equipment. Materials, investment. Workers. Systems, processes. Are you all getting me? Yeah. So each one of those areas are projects. Okay, so that means somebody somewhere, so if this is the overall program, right? Someone will be responsible for all these things. Or we're going to identify key people that have the skills to deliver all these things. So as an example, what you mentioned logistics, okay? Finance, manufacturing, equipment, recruitment, yeah? Systems, IT, design, storage, so on and so on. These are all individual projects, but they're all connected toward the bigger goal of the organization. So let me tell you why they're connected or why they have to be connected. So if the business says, okay, you know what, it's got here from here to here, all we need to do is just get new machinery. Okay, yeah, sure. You get the new machinery, and the machinery does exactly what it's supposed to do. It produces 40,000 shoes a month for you. If you've not put a project in place that would get those shoes out of the manufacturing line, what was the point of it in the first place? You understand, right? So you actually need to ensure that that process end to end is going to work. So what does that mean? As an example, you need to maybe get a new system in place that can handle 40,000 shoes on warehousing, right? You need to ensure your sales line, right? Even down to your sales team, they've been able to go and secure orders of 40,000 shoes a month. Because if they're only able to still get 5,000 shoes out, then why are you producing 40,000 shoes? Right? So you can see how all those they might look little, but they are all connected. So this would all be projects. So they would call an IT project manager in and say, you know what, we want you to fix our IT because we're going to go from here to here. Right? We're going to go from 5,000 to 40,000. We need to fix our IT. Fine. Right? Okay, we need a new finance system. This finance system doesn't work because when we get with big numbers, it crashes, it's slow. So somebody comes in and puts a new finance system in, right? Sales, yes, we did a new sales team. Recruitment, like you mentioned, we need to recruit more people, train them up so that they can go out and sell more because we're producing more. So it's no benefit to the business to just produce more and not actually be able to get it out there. Does that make sense? So, to be clear, that's the difference between projects and programs. Projects sit within programs. Not all projects sit within programs, to be clear, but projects, if they are connected, sit within programs.
So was it the portfolio director? What was that?
Good. So, from a point of view, right, a project manager naturally would look at a project from 6 to, let's say, 18 months, right? A program is 18 months to maybe 3 years. Now, portfolio, again, sits at the top. This is the type of person that's looking like 5 years down the line at a time. You understand? So they're not looking at, oh, what's going on today? How are we doing today? No, they're thinking, 1 year, 5 years. What's the plan for the organization? Right? So to give you an example, all of this here, as an example, might not be achievable within 2 years. But it's the portfolio director that needs to keep a good eye on things to keep it going. You understand? To ensure, so first of all, what they would want to do is prioritize those projects. Because realistically, if we got 10 projects in, you're not going to deliver them all at the same time. You're asking for a train crash. It's not going to be possible. Because you need the resources, that's people, you need time, and you need money. And there's a high degree of risk where you're trying to juggle all these different things at the same time. Exactly. You pick a couple that are related. So, you know what? Let's get our IT system in place. Fine. Let's put a new finance system in place. Fine. That will be the first line. And then the second line. And then the third line. Up until you get to that point where you achieve your SMART objective. Because, is it specific? Is it measurable, achievable, realistic, time bound, so on and so on and so on. Right? So we know that we can get from 5K to 40K because we're going to do this. Right? Making it more relatable, bringing it back in house, you all have a goal, or you should all have a goal that, okay, within the next 5 years, I want to be earning £150,000 a year, minimum. Amen, Jesus. Right? Minimum. Now, you clearly know, and that's why you're here, you clearly know that you're not going to go to sleep for 5 years and wake up and you're now earning. No. You know that. Already in your mind, you're already calculating, that means if I get this job, okay, fine, and then I need to do this, and then I need to do that. That's why when you get into the field, and this is where a lot of people complain, and I can't take the complaining because I'm like, cause it yourself. You have to continue adding value to yourself. This is what the companies are paying for. So you have to continue doing certifications, adding to your experience, because that's where the money comes from. Like I said, I've worked with people, as a project manager, I'm there working on a project. I'm looking at the budget and I'm seeing that, some kind of technical developer, 1,200 a day. Jeez. I'm like, teach me what you know, because this is nothing compared to what you're getting. You understand? But that's because they have a specialist skill, right? Thankfully, like I said, I've now niched myself, meaning I found my niche, which is within the M&A space. You understand? So, well, my hat is just there.
So what do we know of the M&A again?
M&A means mergers and acquisitions.
Okay.
Yes. So buying and selling of companies, I deal with the integration, or the divestment of companies. That's my special area aside general project management. Okay. So again, add value and niche up. Right. It comes to about 5 past. Before we go, you did miss the introduction, so kindly come on up and introduce yourself. No, you gotta come up, because the guys need to see you at home. There's no room for shyness. We're supporting you, come on up. So we want to know who you are, what you do, where you're from. I hope you're not from Nigeria, because yeah, everybody's from Nigeria. And what was the other question? When you want to get a job by? So let's start there. So over to you.
Why?
And why you're here? Or what's your driver? What's your driver? Yes, there we go.
Okay, so hi everybody.
Hello.
I'm speaking into the camera.
Yes, and the guys can see you. Don't worry. Go ahead.
Okay. Hi everybody. My name's Nkechi Alozie Princess. So
What do we call you?
Nkechi.
Okay.
So I have just completed my postgraduate studies in project management at Salford University.
So let me tell you something. Give him your notes because he's there right now. That's very
Salford University. So I think I'll start with why project management. Why project management? Because back home in Nigeria, I've grown my career to be a marketing comms person. So coming from the background of creative advertising, where we usually manage campaigns. So while we call it projects here, we call it campaigns. So I felt I needed to, go in further with a managerial course, something that has to do with managing projects and managing people as well. So that's why project management. And I'm here because I do not want to end up, I'm not bashing any career, but I do not want to end up, with the labor jobs after spending all this money to school, care and like. So that's the first thing people will tell you. Oh, quickly go and do this because you get your sponsorship. So I'm hoping that I'll get that big project management job, either in the media, in tech, construction, whatever field. Of course, that will sponsor me because I still like it. I like it, my career. You understand? I'm not willing to drop it for anybody or any kind of. So that's why I'm here, because I feel like project take me there. You better do.
Thank you. I'll try my best. On that note, sorry, go ahead.
Is it for someone that was shy to stand
No,
up?
she's not shy. Don't mind that. She's
I
not
like
shy.
the
She's
sound.
not shy. So to take it from what you said, let me put my hand up and make a confession to you all. Okay? This is my confession. And the guys online, I hope you're following me. My confession to you all is this. I work as hard as you work. Yeah? I work as hard as you work. If you're putting in the work, I am right beside you. If you're not putting in the work, I am not chasing anybody. I don't do that. Right? This place, if you don't know, is open 24/7. Every one of you guys have access to this place. The key is there. Anyone can come in at any time, study, whatever. Monday to Friday, and obviously weekends, I'm here. Right? If you want to come in and shadow and see what's going on and be in the environment, please feel free. Right? I work as hard as you work. So if you're going at 100 miles an hour, I'm right beside you. If you're doing 20, hey, I'll give you that 20. If you're not doing anything at all, Evans is on the call and he knows this very well. Fine. Right? We started the class. Evans is there. His job is to take notes. Take notes of who's doing what. Because one thing I will not have is anyone telling me, oh, I did training with OJ, but I didn't get a job. Guess what? Evans is going to pull up the receipts because we're tracking who is doing what. So when someone says that, we'll pull up the receipts and say, listen, you only came to 2 classes. You didn't do the assignments. So what do you expect? But I can guarantee you that if you put in the work, trust me, rest assured, I'm there to support you. Evans is there to support you, and we will get the right results. Do you understand?
Yes.
That's that. So let's do this. This is 10 past. Question.
So Moya is not around at the moment.
Mhm.
The fact that he's not around, his partner, so
Mhm.
I could actually put in another number for him, so in case Moyo wins.
Okay, yes. So Ikechi, just to be clear, we were taking numbers at the start of it. So let's keep it fair. So that's Moyo Evans' number and Ikechi. So let me tell you what we did at the start of the class. I gave everyone my steps in terms of where I was up to for the day. What we do is I track that obviously on my watch, and then at the end of the day, I tell you what the steps are. The goal is for you to guess what the number is going to be at the end of the day. And if you get it right, you win money. £50 is on the line. So we're going to split the money. We've all already agreed that. So to be clear, the number initially, the start was 8,094. What you see here is everyone else's guesses. So 12,000, 11,700, 13,005, so on and so on and so on. So do you have a number?
When you say at the start, how do you mean before the class started?
When I started the class, yes.
Started class.
Yes.
And
So-
you woke up 5:30.
Yes, I was up about 5:30. You went to the gym.
Yeah.
To make up that 8,000.
Yeah, exactly. So now what you need to do is guess where we're going to end up between now and the end of the class at 5 o'clock.
Guessing the one for the end of the class now.
Today, 5 o'clock.
Okay. 5 o'clock.
Yes, that's when we finish. What do you reckon it's going to be?
Going to double the number.
You're going to double it to 16,000, yeah? Hey, that's fine. No worries. 16,000. That's fine. Ike, did you have a number yet? Yeah, give me a number for Moyo then.
Moyo.
Yeah? You got a number?
9,000.
9,000. Yeah, sure. 9,000.
No, 10,067.
10,067. Okay, fine. So I think we got all the numbers there. Yeah. So
Can you tell us
let's
what number you're on now?
do that after the break.
No.
We'll do it after the break.
By the way, OJ, the camera is focused at the door.
The door, 1 second. Let me come on. Here we go. Yeah. So let's just call it 1:15 now. If we can all take a break and be back by 1:45. Okay, I think that's more than enough. So feel free to go to Tesco, wherever. Guys at home, if you want to go fry plantain, this is the time. And we'll see you. It's not an hour.
Definitely. I love the fact that you said plantain.
Yes, so 30 minutes. Yeah. Cheers, guys. All right. Thank you, everyone. Sorry?
One thing to that about
Yeah, 1 second. Let me just pause the recording 1 second. 1 second. Sorry, let me see. Yes, I didn't understand the thing. Let me.
what they told us in class was they said we can use our Trello to create a Kanban.
Yes.
Yeah, so we can visualize our projects.
Mhm.
The assignment you gave us to replace the
Mhm.
whiteboard. Yeah.
Yeah.
So this is to-do list. I said we have to do progress, what is the progress and what we've done. So due to the link you sent me for the Blackboard on that website, I think the prices I saw was around £50, £60. So
Okay.
I made a budget.
Okay. Okay.
Okay, so I said the budget to be £100, whiteboard, marker, and to be 70, delivery, so £5 now, fixing will be done by the 10th. Yeah, so I put a note here.
Okay.
Budget.
Okay.
So this is on that done. Okay, and in progress. So where to get either we order it,
Undo.
that we order it, or we walk into a store or online store.
Okay. So let me give you input. So this is it's not a project fully, it's a task. So that means you don't need to go to this extent, but this is fine. So what I'll do for you, what I'll give you is I'll give you a project that you can then put on here. Because what you want to do is, if you're working on a project, you're going to list down all the things that you have to do. But because this is only one thing, you understand? So unless you split it out and you go into detail, like for example now, research boards, present options, you understand? Get approved budgets, you understand? And then you move those into the different phases, you understand? But this is fine. So you basically, you can take it as a task and then break it down into all the things that need to happen for the whole task to be completed. You understand? But there's a trick I'll show you later on, but this is fine. Yeah? Thank you very much. Nice one.
What's the time frame for me to get the?
So ideally, we want to get it in place within the next 2 weeks, basically. Yeah? No worries.
What's your budget, sir?
That's what I'm saying. You got to present me numbers and present me options.
Okay.
Yeah, no worries. See you in a bit. Yeah? That's it. Yeah. Thank you. Sorry, goodness. Have you guys spoken before?
No.
Not him,
Who was it then?
but he's not here.
Ah,
He was doing, I think he had just launched this app that had to do with sports.
Daniel.
Daniel.
Yeah, it's Daniel.
I cannot hear you do marketing and I've not speak to it's not possible.
How's the kid?
So you did basically you done online and you done offline. Now you did projects and everything.
I don't know about the Ikechukwu is not here.
Yeah, no worries. I'm sure he'll join up. Okay, so perfect. All right, let me wrap up on this and then we'll just continue. So, what kicked off all of this? Mike, was your question, what does the project manager do? So, are we all clear on that? Project manager plans, obviously, he needs to understand the project, he plans and execute the project. That's what he does. PMO, Project Management Office, what do they do? Again, their work, I wouldn't say it's very simple, but their job as well is to support the project manager. This is a perfect example of what I mean by support. So in a lot of organizations where you have a PMO, okay, their job is to enforce the governance of the business, the organization, the processes, okay, best practice. That's what the PMO would do. So again, I'm not sexist and whatever new language you want to use, but they've used a woman in this case because she's a partner to the driver, right? So the best way I would describe this is consider your PMO to be your sat nav, right? Telling you go left, go right, there's police ahead. You understand? So PMO is managing, in a sense, the actual project manager. So that the project manager is delivering based on the expectations of the organization.
Project management office.
Project management office. So what you would have a lot of the times, you would have a PMO analyst. Their job as well is to support the project manager. All right. Usually, again, it's not for me, it's not a role I've ever done, and it's not a role I've seen much of. I know a lot of people trained for PMO analysts, but it's not a role I've seen much of. Likewise, the same with BA, business analyst, right? So I think there's more project management roles than there are BA roles, because really as a project manager, as long as you can ask a few good questions, you'll be able to gather the requirements, because technically that's what they would use a BA for. Again, it depends on the size of the project or the program that you're working on. Not just that, the industry that you're working in as well. So far, I think I've just sent you a list of companies. I've counted to date 19 companies that I've worked for. You understand? No, if I count the current ones, then you're looking close to 22 companies that I've worked for in the space of the last, 12, 15 years. Okay? Now, with all of those companies, they all have different industries, different types of processes. I can honestly tell you, I've only worked with possibly, not even possibly, definitely 2 BAs that I know of. You understand? In my line of work. PMO analyst, 0. Project coordinator, project support, 0. Right? But that's because of the different industries. Because when I come in, I'm just coming in to do a specific thing and I go. Because obviously I just contract. You understand? Do my thing and I'm gone. Right? The PMO basically support the project manager as well. Hey, go ahead, open the door. Support the project manager. That's the key goal for the PMO. Right? A customer, we've got a customer here. What do we want to give our customer? Using this illustration, what are we understanding that we want to give our customer?
A ride home.
A ride is along the right lines.
Comfort.
A service, comfortable ride, a smooth ride. Yeah? Don't overthink it. You've got a guy here, the driver of the carriage. Yeah? So if he's like, what's going to happen to the customer? It's going to, yeah? You don't want to do that. You understand? You want to ensure that the customer has a smooth ride from A to B, right? As is to B. Then you've got the project in itself. That's what we're there to deliver. Right?
Why is the car to the project?
Because we're taking it from A to B and the customer sits within the project. Right? So that's where the comfort of the customer comes from. Now, the specialist. Why have we used horses and not donkeys in this case? What would be the difference between using horses and donkeys? What's the difference between the 2 animals?
It's more special.
Yeah, you're on the right track. You're on the right track.
It's a better thing for this for the donkey.
Exactly. For this situation, yes, we're going to use a specialist. And in this case, that specialist is a horse. Yeah, not a donkey. If we wanted a slow, comfortable ride, nice and easy, there's no rush, yeah, we can use a donkey all day long. Like, yeah, this will take us 5 years. Yeah, put donkeys in front of it. Well, if we know, okay, don't get me wrong, we still want to have a smooth journey, but we want to get there in a good space of time, let's use a specialist, right? Same if you guys were at home and you had a leak, your pipes, plumbing, or something like that. If you call the specialist, you would expect that they will just come in, do what they need to do in a short space of time. But if you called somebody that just qualified last week or is a trainee or something like that, you know it's going to take him a bit more time. But there's a factor in this case because there's a price difference. You understand? So those are the things that you would consider that, oh, do I go for A or do I go for B? Right? Now, coming back to the specialist, what do you think would happen if, okay, we see 2 horses here, but what if I took out 1 horse and replaced 1 horse with 10 project managers? What would happen?
1 horse.
Yes, so if I took out 1 specialist and replaced that specialist with 10 project managers. So first of all, let me explain why I'm asking this. So has anybody heard of BHP, brake horsepower? Yeah? So cars, they classify cars based on BHP, brake horsepower, right? Because before we had cars, we had horses. So when something like this has 2 horses, they will tell you it's 2 brake horsepower, right? When they tell you a car has 500 BHP, that means it can give out the output of 500 horses along those lines, right? So what I'm trying to ask you now is, if I took out a specialist, a horse in this case, and replaced that horse with 10 project managers, would I get the same result?
No.
Why not?
Slow down.
It will slow down. Okay, why would I not get the same result?
Because I think there will be multiple people trying to be
Multiple people, yeah,
trying to
okay.
be in control.
Clash,
In real life scenario, there will be too much ideas.
too many ideas, yeah, okay. So that tells us we need to have a structure, right? And we need to have everybody doing their role. Yeah. In short, that's not what project managers are built for. Yeah. So you can say, yeah, but we've got 10 project managers. No, they're not specialists. You understand? Again, going back to the example of your plumbing is gone, you need to fix your plumbing. Who are you going to call? A plumber or a project manager? Why? That's a specialist. Because what's a project manager going to do?
Call the plumber.
More than likely, and charge you for it.
Yeah.
You understand? So the point with this is you want to make sure you have the right people in the right places. Because again, from lessons learned, this is what goes wrong with projects. When you have the wrong people in the right place or the right person in the wrong place, however you want to put it. So you've got to make sure everybody knows what they're doing. How we do that, and you should know this already, is we use something called RACI. R-A-C-I. RACI. R-A-C-I. Okay? That is responsible, accountable, consulted, informed. You're shaking your head?
Yes.
You know it.
Yeah.
They gave you some value for your money. Responsible, accountable, consulted, and informed. Right? So, example, if we had a list of deliverables, activities, tasks, whatever you want to call it, okay? We want to ensure that we identify who's doing what. So if I was to go with some names, I'll say K, Ike, Mike, as an example, right? And then these were the list of deliverables that I had here, okay? What I could easily do is say, okay, let's do this A, let me just do more, B, E, F, G, okay? So very easy, I can just say that K is responsible for this deliverable, R. I'll put R there, that he is responsible, okay? Then I would say, okay, Ike is to be accountable for it. Mike is to be informed, right? There's no perfect order. You just do it as is, yeah? And then goodness is to be consulted about it. That's all it is. When you have that in place, it stops people just assuming, yeah? And 101 of project management is we don't assume. Why don't we assume? Goodness. Why don't we assume?
Because assumption is something as like that.
We don't assume because when we assume, you make an ass out of you and me. You've heard that before. Yeah? That's why we don't assume. You know, you don't leave it to, oh, I thought. No. Right? One of my PM mentors, he always used to tell me something. He would say, trust, but verify. Yeah? I trust what you're saying, mate, but I'm just going to check it out myself. That's all it is. There's no offense. Trust, but verify. And a quick story. When I had a role at Hitachi, another M&A piece, there was a cyber security guy or consultant that was working there as well. Now, this guy, I would meet up with him weekly, and I'm asking him, oh, have you done this? Have you done that? And he'd be like, yeah, I've done it. Older man from Uganda or something like that. So on my part, this is my mistake, and this is what you guys can learn from. I took his word. You understand? I gave him the benefit of a doubt, thinking he's done it. You understand? He's done it. Because again, truthfully, even if he supplies it to me or provides me the deliverables, I don't have the expertise to critique it. Does that make sense? Right? He's the expert. So I'm just taking his word for it that he's done it. He's done it. Long story short, I left the company. Not that I left, but a bit of drama, which we'll do that story for another day. I left the company. And then so this is what I found out afterwards. They now called him up. Like his manager called him up, and the senior guys, they had a meeting with him. And again, this is why I say you need to know your shit. You can't pretend in this space. You need to know your shit. So anyway, they tell him, oh yeah, sure. You've been doing all these things. Share your screen. You understand? They tell him, share your screen. He didn't have anything to share. So realistically, for the last like 6 months, this guy was not delivering. You understand? It was only me that gave him that cover because I took his word for it, which I shouldn't have. You know, but he wasn't delivering. He didn't deliver anything. Automatically on the spot, because he's a contractor, they said, listen, man, that's it, you're done, you're out, get lost. You understand? Literally just like that. So you need to know your shit, first of all, but as a project manager, trust but verify.
How would you verify if you're not specialized in that area? What, you just get someone else to?
Yes. Get someone else to look at it. You understand? Get someone else to look at it. So I'll show you some stuff, just remind me later on. So for example, I've got something like that going on right now. I've got a infrastructure engineer. I've produced a document around SSO, yeah, single sign-on, right? And how we're going to use it, blah, 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 right? He's produced that document. He said, Jonathan, here you go, have a look at the document. I'm like, yeah, sure, I will. But I'm not going to. I've had a look at it. Do I understand it? No. But I'm not going to put my neck on the line and say, you've done a great job. Yes, I will say thank you, but I'm not going to say you've done a great job because I don't know. I can't assess that. I don't have the skill set. But again, all I've done is taken it back upwards and said to more or less the senior guy, I said, can you look at this and sign off on it? Because you have the knowledge, not me. You understand? So one thing I would say about project manager, sometimes, maybe 90% of the time, believe it or not, and people will tell you this, some people take offense to it, but I think it's actually true. It's very much a glorified PA. Yeah? Because what your job is to make sure other people do their job. So you're just going to be chasing people. Have you done this? Yes. Okay. Have you done this? Yes. Until the whole thing is done. Don't get me wrong, you're producing document, you're responsible for different things. But really, I mean, maybe that's why I find the job so easy, but that's just it. As well as managing the relationships, the stakeholders, because that's the big part of it. Yeah? Stakeholder management, I would also say, is knowing whose ass to kiss and how well to kiss it. Yeah? It doesn't benefit you to kiss everyone's ass. There's no good in that, right? But I will tell you, it does benefit you to respect everyone, no matter what. At my time at LGC Life Sciences, there was a Jamaican lady. I love this story because it always warms my heart. In this place, this was in London, Teddington, I think the area was called, I can't remember now. In the whole organization on the site, there was probably, I can count 4 Black people, including this lady that worked in the canteen. Yeah, Jamaican lady, her name escapes me now. Janet, I think, boy, I can't remember. Anyway, long story short, this woman would see me. I thank God for the grace. She took a liking to me. I don't know, because I don't think I'm that handsome, but she took a liking to me. And she'd be like, oh, Jonathan, me baby, how you doing, me baby? You know, give me extra food. Yeah, I like food, so I'm good. You understand? So she always used to look after me like that. She used to make me banana cake, which is one of my favorites, and I love it. So anyway, backstory. I get to lunch one day, and she's like, Jonathan, this man, him, that man, and this man, them man mention your name, you know. Them man say this, them man say that. Jamaican woman, that's my Jamaican accent, by the way. You know, I'm like, eh. The thing many people don't realize is this woman, believe it or not, she's in a place of, call it privilege or power. Because guess what? She sees every single body every day. She's in the canteen. She hears everything. You understand? So she's obviously, she knows me. She's heard my name. She'll just be there like that, just cleaning the table for 10 minutes while she's listening to the conversation. She's told me what they've said. I'm like, okay, cool. I kid you not. So you see, when it comes to stakeholders, it's not just about the people in your project. You understand? It's people around you. She's told me what they've said. I've taken it on board. I've updated my documents. I've done this, I've done that. I get to the meeting. The guys are like, how did you know we needed you to do that? I'm like, I just figured it out. You understand? But that benefited me. You know? So one piece of advice I would say is from top to bottom, Doesn't matter who it is, from security guard to the cleaner to the top guys. You understand? Listen, treat everybody equal. Treat everybody the same. Just give that respect, because you don't know when you're going to need it back. You understand? So that's that one. Right. Moving on. So we talked about racing. You all understand racing, yeah? Summary of this: right people, right place. Fantastic. So let's keep it moving. Right. Again, you're going to get this slide, so don't worry too much. Just briefly talking about the life cycle. One thing I want you to understand, and a takeaway from, well, many takeaways, but one takeaway for today, IPMC. So you see here, this is buzzwords. I've got all of these written down, but I'll write it again for your sake. IPMC. What is IPMC? IPMC is a framework, yeah? It's a methodology that we follow. In project management, there are multiple methodologies, but the two most recognized methodologies is 1, waterfall, 2, agile. IPMC sits within waterfall. IPMC is initiation, planning, execution, monitoring and control, and then closing. These are the phases of a project. Now, if anyone has done Prince 2 or is planning to do Prince 2, they frame this differently. But for the sake of understanding, this is a very easy way to understand the life cycle of a project, which is initiation, planning, execution, monitoring and controlling, and then closing. So when, Mike, you ask me, what does a project manager do? That's what a project manager does. He follows the life cycle from start to finish. He initiates the projects, plans the projects, executes the projects, monitors and controls the project, and then closes the projects. Okay? Key thing to understand is, aside of the execution and monitoring and controlling, all the other phases can happen or happen in a structured manner, meaning one after the other. You can't plan if you haven't initiated, right? So you have to go through that process. The reason why I put these two together, which is execution and monitoring and control, is that because they are in sync. You do them practically at the same time. And I'll give you an example, right? I guess the majority of people drive or know how to drive, yeah? Execution is you driving. Monitoring and control is you watching your mirrors, you understand? Signaling and all that kind of stuff. That's monitoring and control.
Yeah, trust and verify.
Yeah, exactly. That's where all of that kicks in. Because if you were just doing execution and then monitoring and control, what that would look like if you were driving is you're on the road, you want to take a left turn, you stop the car, you get out the car, you look around, and you say, okay, yeah, I'm good to go now, and then you turn. That's not effective, is it? But doing it this way, you're driving the car, execution, you want to turn left, you activate your monitoring and control all in one go. So it's not like one and then the other, they are in sync, right? So as project managers, whilst your resources are doing the work, so remember this, you're not the one doing the work, right? You know that, yeah? Your job is to manage the people that are doing the work. So one thing people always say is, oh, I need to be a specialist in this. No, you don't need to be a specialist. I've never touched a brick in my life. I've never stepped on a construction site in my life. But guess what? Because I understand project management, if I find myself on a construction project, I will deliver it because I know what to do. Not even just I know what to do as such, I know how to get the result. Meaning I know how to manage the resources that are going to do the work. Because I'm not the one doing the work. Am I making sense? Guys online, are you still with me? Am I making sense? Yes, no, maybe.
Yes.
Sometimes.
Yes.
Fantastic. Thank you very much. Yeah? So you don't have to be an expert. Don't get me wrong. It pays you to have the knowledge. And that's why we do those Tuesday calls. So you understand different types of projects. it pays you to have the knowledge, right? So you take that, then that way, your resources can't just, fumble you. So you're a software engineer, right? You're the specialist. If I say to you, guys, this is what I've got, this is the idea, this is the product, you can tell me, yeah, that can be done. Give it 2 weeks. You can tell me, yeah, that can be done. Give it 6 weeks. So guess what? I'm not an expert. But assuming I have knowledge of it, I will have enough to be like, no, I don't think so, I think it might take a bit longer. But I think that's too long. But if I don't have that knowledge, so that's why businesses always want people that have done that type of project before. So remember that from a business perspective, a project is more or less like a problem that they want to solve. So they want to find somebody that has solved that problem elsewhere. Does that make sense?
Yeah, like say I'm a software engineer. With trust and verify, I won't need to find someone to verify. I can verify the work myself.
You understand?
If I have
Exactly.
coders, I can look at the code myself.
Exactly. And that's what we spoke about that time. Yeah. So if you're working as a project manager now, and you have a software engineer working beside you, and the software engineer says, yeah, boss, I can do that. It'll take me 2 weeks. You can say, no, that shouldn't take 2 weeks. You understand? So using myself as an example, as a non-technical founder, it's whatever my resources tell me that I have to take. Does that make sense? Because I don't have the knowledge. I can't code. I'm just the ideas guy. Right? So as a PM, you don't have to be the specialist. You just need to at least have enough knowledge to know what needs to happen. And that's why we do those sessions. Okay? So have I explained that? IPMC, yeah? Initiation.
What I don't know if it's coming up later, but
Yes,
what's the C? Closing.
Closing.
Yeah.
So closing, probably the easiest part of a project. Okay? And doesn't take long. It's on the last day. We don't really spend much on that. I kid you not, probably spend about 10 minutes on it. But closing, again, like we just said, is the closing part of the project, is when we shut it down, right? But before we shut it down, we need to make sure, has it met the objectives? Have we delivered it? Is there anything outstanding? Well, the most important part of closing is what we call the lessons learned, right? What should be happening throughout the life cycle of the project is, as you have issues, you're documenting how you solve those issues, right? One big thing I need you to be very, very clear on, and nobody should ever mistake this, is there is a difference between risk and issues. Can anyone tell me what the difference is? I've written it like that so you don't forget. What's the difference between risk and issues? What is what? What are they and what is the difference?
Risk is a potential future of something.
Shabazz told you that.
No.
Go ahead.
So risk is like a potential future of something happening.
Yeah.
Then I think an issue is something that has already gone wrong and needs to be fixed.
Exactly. Risk is something that could potentially happen. Now, to be clear, most people would think, yes, it's always got to be negative. It could actually be positive, right? So a risk is anything that could potentially happen, that could impact. Could is the key word, could, okay? An issue is something that is happening, live and direct. So we need to understand the difference. Now, there's a whole chapter on risk, so I don't want to talk about it now because we'll just get distracted. But keep in mind, risk, something that could happen, issue, something that is happening. Okay? Our job as project managers, again, is to manage all these things. Managing the risk, managing the issues. So don't let me get into it because I'll get carried away. So that's risk and issues. Okay? So closing, lessons learned, what we're doing with the lessons learned, we're sitting down and we're saying, okay, what have we learned from this project? Right? This is where the money is. You get my point? This is, as small as it is, for you as a project manager, this is where the money is. Because with each lesson, consider each lesson as a stripe, as a mark, yeah? as an award or so. You know, like a soldier that's gone to war will come back and tell you that, yeah, when I went to Afghan, I took a bullet here, you know. And I kid you not, when you do interviews, that's what they want to hear. That's what they want to see. You go to an interview and they ask you, oh, tell me some difficulty projects that you've managed. What happened? What did you, and you said, oh, my projects have been good. Never had any issues. You're like, okay now, stay there. But if you're like, oh, yeah, there was one project. If you see the way I handled the project, and I did this, and I did that, then, oh yeah. Because that's what they want to see. There's no business out here that wants to be the example. You understand? They don't want you coming and then you trying to say, oh, I'll figure it out on the spot. No. They want somebody that has dealt with that issue before. Because they're not looking to play around and try their luck. They want results. There was a project I did, very small piece of work. It's called iManage. It's a legal system, and we implemented it into Smith & Nephew. One company called me like years after, like, oh, we see you've done iManage. I'm like, yeah. Do I remember it? Not really. But I'm like, yeah, I've done it. That's the only reason why they called me, because I've done that particular project. You understand? So again, one thing I would always say is when you find yourself in the environment, never shy away from work. Yeah, the project I'm on now, or rather the company I'm working for now, they've given me 2 projects. Automatically, everybody thinks, oh, 2 projects, that means I'm getting paid double. No, it's still the same pay. You understand? But you're with me in the office 7 days, or however many days. How many times have you come in and you see me on call and you see me busy on call or anything like that? You understand? It's not that demanding. For me anyway, maybe I don't work too hard, I don't know. But it's not that demanding. You understand? It's really just keeping things moving. You know, and there's environments that you work in, everywhere is different. The environments that you work in every day, you've got to show your workings. You've got to show, I've done this, I've done this, I've done this, I've done this. And there's some places like Bank of America, one of the best places I've worked. I was there for 2 years. I kid you not, there must have been an issue I had on my table for like 6 months. And every week, I would go to the board and I would just stand there, obviously online, and I'd be like, this week, this is what I did. They say, yeah, I say yes. And I'll run back into my corner. Because all they want you to do is tick that box. Just show effort that, oh yeah, we're doing something, we're going to do this, we're going to do that. Everywhere is different. And there are places that they'll look at you like, what? Is that all you did? Like, nah, I don't. You're gone as a contractor anyway. You understand? So you got to learn your companies and your industries. All right, so key thing I want to point out here. Like I already mentioned at the start, right? Every project needs a driver. That driver is documented in the business case. Yeah? So the business case, what is a business case? A business case is a document that justifies why we are doing the project. A project should not start without a business case. Yeah? Another thing I'll point out is there is no perfect environment. All this I'm teaching you now, you can get into somewhere and they don't even do half of this. But, and a big but, I'd rather you worked and prepared yourself at a higher level than at a low level. I'd rather you go to an organization, which many people have done, and the organization has told them, or people within the organization, like, hey, come, you're doing too much. Yeah? I'd rather that was said to you than they come and meet you that you're not doing enough. What would you prefer to hear? You understand? So that's why, and when you get on the calls, you'll see I'm not your friend on the calls. I'm sorry. Because I want you working at a high level where I know you're going to get the right results. It's better you prepare for that now. Like my current place that I'm in, within the first 4 days of starting. So, I mean, backstory, sometimes environments can move quick. I had an interview on a Wednesday. By Thursday, they said we want you. By Monday, I had started, right? That's how quick they can move sometimes. By the end of that week, which was a Thursday for the weekly call, I had done a business case, I put a deck together, and I put my reporting template together. When the sponsor saw it, was yes, this is what we need. Nobody does this. I'm like, yes, I've got some brownie points here. You understand? Truth be told, did that last very long? No. Because I realized that, listen, I don't want to do too much. You understand? Because after after about 4 calls, I realized that I'm the only one with a deck. You know what I mean by a deck, yeah? PowerPoint deck. Presenting, oh, this is what I've done, this is what I've done, this is what I've done. No one else did it. So I was like, you know what? Let me fall back. Because I don't want to be putting pressure on all the other PMs and they're looking at me like, yeah, this guy does too much. I'll work at your pace. So let's not get it twisted. But again, you've got to learn your environment. Okay. So in summary, business case. So when you guys start your project, you would all be given a business case, which tells you why we're doing the project. We have a handful of projects which you can engage on, but you start with a business case and then you kick off from there. All right. Now, back to the life cycle. These here are all deliverables that are expected of you. Not every single one, but these are all some of the key deliverables that you will be expected to put together. Evans is still on the call. Evans helps you. When I say helps you, doesn't. So yes, to be clear, he doesn't do the work for you. It will help you as in this is what you need to do and put you in the right direction. Not that he will do the work for you. So keep that in mind. So again, you will get this. So don't worry too much about it. Now, press. So 5 focuses of projects. Simply put, this is people working at some level of productivity to produce a quantity of function or a work product of reliability by the expenditure of effort over a time interval. It's long-winded, but what is that in plain English? What do you take from that in plain English?
Everyone's working towards a goal.
Everyone's working towards a goal, and what else? Everyone's got to get paid. Right? Let me just move myself out of the way. Okay, so yeah, fine. So in order for us to actually complete the project, we need to plan the project.
Sorry, there was the other that you covered, I don't know.
The 5 focuses.
Five focuses.
Yeah. Where's my mouse? 1 second. Let me just minimize this since I'm the only one on video. Yeah. So yeah, successful projects understand the plan do cycle. Right? So the 5 focuses is what it's giving you there. So in terms of how do we plan the projects? Yeah, you got a question?
No.
Okay. How do we plan the projects? First of all, we've got to have a goal. Yeah, a project without a goal is not a project. So think back to what we had here. Is this a goal? To get from 5K to 40K, is that a goal? Yeah, it is, or it isn't?
Yeah.
It's a goal. Yeah. We've already analyzed it. It follows a SMART approach. Okay. From there, we would then want to have milestones. So this is where everybody gets stuck, because everybody thinks, how on earth do I plan a project? It's up to you. You either start at the end, right? Or you start at the beginning. However you like it. Okay? I would bet a couple of quid, 20 quid, that there's no one here that has built a house from scratch before. Yeah, my money's safe. Cool. That said, we could probably still follow a logic, right? Because we would know, like we gave the example before, guess what? So if we're planning on building a house, we all shouted it, we need a land. We need a land. Yeah. Sure. We need a land. We all agree. So that already there, we can put that as our first milestone. Yeah, We need to know what type of house. Yeah. That's the design and all the rest. So you get how I'm going with it, right? Up until you get to the last pieces. Because what you can do is you will start at your milestones and then you keep breaking it down. Two things is here, HLD and LLD. HLD, make a note, high level design, and LLD, low level design. High level design, HLD, and low level design. So, simply put, the best way I want you to picture this, right? I enjoy traveling. I love flying. And nothing brings me more joy than when I'm coming into a city or wherever I'm going. So when you're on the plane and you look out the window, if you got a window seat, if you didn't, or if you got a window seat, you look out the window, you're flying into Manchester. What do you see? What do you see? When you look out the window, you're flying over Manchester, coming into the airport. What do you see?
Clouds.
No, but no more than the clouds. When you look down, what do you see?
Houses.
Houses,
Grass,
Beautiful.
water, okay.
Beautiful view.
Huh? The view,
Yeah.
yeah. Okay. So that view that you mentioned there, would you agree that that's a bird's eye view?
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because you're seeing it from the top,
Okay.
right? You're not seeing people walking around. You're not seeing the plate numbers. You're not seeing door numbers. You're not seeing street names, are you? What you are seeing are the big things. You get my point? You're going to be seeing the Hilton because it's so high up. Manchester United, Manchester City. Sorry, Manchester City, or however they call it. Right? You're going to be seeing the big tickets, the big picture. You understand? The macro, the big things, right? Now, it's only when you get on ground and you kiss the ground of beautiful Manchester 0161 number 1 that you can then see, oh, you know what? That's the street name. These are people walking around. Now, the point I'm trying to make to you there, at that point, because you're so far down, what is that? That's the low level design. So you might not have the low level until you start at the big picture. But you can work either way. The whole point of it is you need to have a complete picture so you know what you're doing. So you can either say, start with a big thing and then keep drilling it down. And that's what happens here. So you've got your milestones, deliverable items, activities, and tasks. Right? So you can either roll it up that way or roll it up that way. Question.
I'm so sorry.
Yes.
The five focus of a project, I'm trying to like wrap my head around it. As you were talking, I was just reading it, but I could not get it.
People.
Yeah.
Working at some level of productivity.
Yeah.
Produce a quantity of function or work products.
What
All
does
right.
that mean?
A work product, a deliverable,
Okay.
something that you can attest to. At a level of reliability by the expenditure of efforts over a time interval. So again, we're coming back to what we said here, where a project has a beginning, has an end, has resources, has budgets, right? So all of those need to come together for us to be able to deliver a project. Okay?
So the deliverables is different from the reliability.
Yes. Yes. So all these things here is what we would do in order for us to plan the project. And then to actually do the project, we then need resources, again, budgets, people, so on and so on, to complete tasks, activities, deliverable items within the milestones that make up the project goal.
Does that mean you do it in that order when you're planning and then when you do it?
You do exactly. Because if you don't have the resources, who's going to do the work? So everything is connected. right?
Plan this way, you do this way.
Yes. Right? So that's what I'm saying. So if assuming you just had a big picture, right? You all have a big picture. Everybody here has a big picture. Everybody here has a big picture. But you know, to get that big picture, guess what? You've got to do little things. A big picture is in 5 years' time, I need to be earning 150K per year. That's a big picture, right? That's high level. The low level is what? I need to get a job. I need to do some training. I need to get my skills up. I need to go and do a leadership course. You understand? I need to do this. And all of that make up the big picture of your 150K salary. Relatable? Fantastical. So let's press. Right. Bit of a fun one. Maybe, maybe not. So take a look at this image here. All right. And just discuss within yourselves what is happening within this image and how you understand it. Okay. Very easy one.
How long have we got? I need to the toilet real quick.
Go for it. Go toilet. Go toilet. You're allowed to talk.
Yeah,
Yes, go ahead.
yeah. So I'm just looking at the picture now, though it's a little bit blurred, but from what I can see, so this guy is stranded
Yep.
in a very little island, and although he started thinking about ideas,
Mm-hmm.
which is spotlighted in that yellow stuff.
Yeah.
So
The bubble. Mm-hmm.
yeah, so and probably in the ideas is kind of like thinking of how to make the best of the situation he finds himself.
Yeah.
Now, so he started building, but while he was building, help came. But probably at this time, he's not interested leaving the place because or he's already built up something, and he's kind of like finding more hopes and comfort in where he is at that point. So instead of living with the assistant that came, he's even asking that person that came for help to come join him and relax in where he's already built.
Okay. Anyone see it differently? Agree, disagree? Not so sure.
Kind of agree in a way though, because instead, like, he wanted to build something to escape the place, and all of a sudden, he's building a comfort zone for himself.
Yeah. Very true.
Sorry, I couldn't hear what they said. He was trying to build what?
He was trying to escape the place, and he ended up building a comfort zone for himself.
Gotcha, yeah.
Seeing somebody else coming towards him.
Yeah. Say it how you see it.
Like,
Yeah.
you think they're both
Hmm.
like had it before, so.
Yes.
And then upon seeing this guy come, I think like they kind of merged, so this person also like helped him,
Yeah.
something even better.
Okay.
For me personally,
Pretty much with the bed.
Okay.
So it's not like I don't think he did it alone
Okay.
intellectually.
Okay.
I feel like he had a helping hand.
Yeah.
The final work
Mm.
and what he had envisaged is different.
Mhm.
That doesn't look like it.
Cool.
yeah, I think.
Sorry, can I say something?
Yeah, please go ahead. One second,
sorry.
guys. Yeah, go
I
ahead.
just wanted to say, is it because I'm just guessing now that he wanted to escape before, but then he changed his mind and made it comfortable, which has now attracted other people to come to the place, no?
Okay, that's another angle. 1 second, Mike. Yeah, Daniel.
I don't think his plan was to even escape though.
His plan wasn't to escape.
I don't think so.
Okay.
Because in his mind, I think he was just trying to probably set up something. I don't think he had the motive to go.
Okay,
Because
fine.
if you see the end,
Yeah,
he literally made something that looked like a bed.
yeah.
Like, yeah, what I think of this is
Yeah.
his goal was to build a raft
Yeah.
and leave wherever that is.
Yes.
Stranded island, the island that he's stranded on.
Yeah.
But because he lacked the skills or wasn't capable, he ended up building something else.
Okay, cool. Right. Thank you very much for all those answers. I am happy to say, I don't think anybody has a wrong answer. You're all right if you think you're right. So take it like that. My takeaway on this is similar to some of you. He's stuck on an island. He has an idea to build a raft to leave the island. But in the process of that, and I apologize, it is a poor picture. In the process of that, what does happen is a lady comes along. How do we know it's a lady? Because she's got blonde hair. I know, right? So the lady comes along, and instead of leaving the island, he builds himself a bed. Take from that what you will. But in summary, key thing with projects is to be able to stay on track, right? Stick to the goal, okay? If you move away from the goal, then that means your project is no longer valid. So remember what we said, every project must have a driver, it must have a justification, there must be a why. There's no business that's going to do anything for fun. Whatever they're going to do, they must be able to measure it to say this is what the impact of that project has been. It's what we call benefit realization. So every project must have benefits. What is the benefit of this project, right? And how do we measure those benefits? In this case here, the benefit was to get off the island, but that was never achieved, right? He met another benefit, right? But he's still stuck on the island, okay? So, giving you an example, Costa Coffee. Costa Coffee say, you know what? We're really good at making coffees. We're the best in the world. Forget Starbucks. We're really doing good, right? And because we're so good, we're the best in the world, we also want to be the best in space. And we're going to launch our own Costa spaceship or whatever to space, okay? What do you think would be the benefit of Costa doing that? What could they get out of doing that? If Costa said, you know, we're going to launch a rocket to space.
It's not the area of expertise.
It's not the area of expertise. Okay, agreed.
Very rarely.
Yeah, it's not even about very rarely. It's not what they do. Yeah, but if they really insisted, they can say, yeah, we can hire rocket scientists. We'll pay them. We've got money, right? So they do that. Again, what would be the benefit of that? What do you think they would get out of that? Do you think they would get any benefit out of that?
None that I think of.
What do? Sell coffee.
Yeah.
So the question is, how does going to space sell more coffees? Are they relatable? No. Unless it's a marketing stunt that they're trying to use
Put their name.
to get their name out there, we can argue all day long whether there's aliens or angels in the space or wherever it is. Yeah, you want to try and sell it to them, but maybe they don't drink that. I don't know. Right? But it's always got to be a driver. Does anybody remember? I believe it was the Red Wedding, Game of Thrones. If you remember, literally, there was a case where somebody forgot a cup on set. Right? You can probably Google it. Somebody forgot a cup on set. And everybody made the assumption it's a Starbucks cup. Right? That inadvertently drew attention to Starbucks. It was like free marketing. It was just a plain cup that they literally just forgot it on the set, but it made it into the. Did anyone watch that? No.
Yeah, I saw the Red Wedding, but I didn't notice the call.
Yeah, I'm sure it was the Red Wedding, but there's probably articles you'll see online about it. Again, that wasn't the intention, but it worked for customer benefit. Literally free marketing, right? So, moving on from here. Let me.
Yeah.
One thing I need to do quickly. Let's just get to this. So we talked about what is a project, so that's fine. I'll talk about this real quick. So time check. We are on 2:45. We'll take a break about 3 o'clock, just a quick 10-15 minute comfort break, and then we'll keep going till we keep going. Quick step check. Uno momento. So let me see who's in the room. So this is one. Okay, let me be fair. I'll keep it very transparent. Two things or one thing. We can either not look at the current step and continue as we are, or look at it and make adjustments. What do you decide as a group?
No, I think we should stick with our decision.
Stick to your decision. Anyone else to counter that? No.
Look at it and make adjustments.
What's the split? We've only got one to look at it.
Let's stick to the
Stick. Okay, I'll go with the people. Everybody says stick. That's fine. So nobody can change their scores. So
Say it.
yeah.
I won't say it because you're not changing it now, are you?
No, don't say it.
I shouldn't say it?
No.
Okay. I'll crack on. Let me look at it well. Okay. Let's carry on.
Sorry, you said something and I said not necessarily. The person don't really need to get the exact.
The closest.
Yeah, closest.
Yes,
yeah,
closest.
yeah.
Obviously, we'll prioritize. We'll order that up. But yeah, cool.
You're able to.
Coming back to this, so key definitions. So we've got this here, but this is really more so about this. But day to day is what you have here. So do me a favor. At the back of your notebook, just create a glossary for yourself. You want to write all of these down. Okay. Let me call them out one by one. It's probably easier that way. And I'll tell you key definitions, or it's something you can look up later. But quickly, SME. So SME, PESTEL, PESTAL, PID, SOW, STEERCO, 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 SLT, ELT, ITLT, StageGate, Go No Go. Okay.
Sorry. ITELT.
ITLT. So SLT, ELT, ITLT. They're all different. StageGate, Go No Go. Can't remember what that is because it's rubbed off. MVP, PSR, WSR, RAID, which is RAID, risk issue, brownfield,
PSR,
WSR, RAID, 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 risk issue, brownfield, greenfield, CIA,
FBI.
Oh, sorry, you're kind of fast for me. That's HDH. Risk and issue.
Risk and issues, brownfield, greenfield, brownfield, greenfield, CIA, T&M, fixed costs, buffer, HLD, LLD, IPMC, which you have already,
What's actually buffer?
buffer, HLD, LLD, so CIA, T&M, sorry, fixed costs, buffer, HLD, LLD,
Sorry, what cost?
fixed cost, fixed,
As in fixed, FIXED.
FIXED, yes. Sorry, that's the Nigerian in me. Then buffer, HLD, LLD, IPMC, business case, WBS, risk pot, as in pot, cooking pot, risk pot, CRF. Oof. Plenty.
Sorry,
that's
after IPMC.
IPMC, business case, WBS, risk pot, and then CRF. Don't worry, we'll get to all of them. Okay, cool. So I believe everybody is done with that. You've made a note of it. Cool. Moving on. Definitions. So we already said some of these already. Project management is basically.
With these, do you have to know what you mean?
You will have to know what each of them means, yes, but we'll come to it. That's our job. Project management is the application of knowledge, skills, tools, and technique to project activities to meet the project requirements. Okay? Again, you're not the one doing the work, you're managing the people that are doing the work. What is a program? A program is a group of related projects managed in a coordinated way to obtain benefits and control. So that's why I gave you the example here of our manufacturing company for shoes. We want to go from 5,000 shoes a month to 40,000 shoes a month. We've got to manage all the different projects in a coordinated fashion. A portfolio is a collection, as you see, of projects or programs and other work that are grouped together to facilitate effective management. Okay, so projects, programs, portfolios, right? So portfolios, they're looking bigger picture. Program, big picture. Project, the picture. Okay, so they are all connected. And then project life cycle, talked about the IPMC, talked about Agile already. But you see, it's a collection of generally sequential project phases whose name and number are determined by the control needs of the organization or organizations involved in the project. One thing I would want to establish for you all is, although we have the life cycle, every organization applies it differently. Okay? Some organizations stick to the standard life cycle. They don't change it, keep it as it is, and they work towards that. Other organizations, what they do is they customize the life cycle to meet how they operate. Okay? Which is something you're allowed to do. But as long as you understand the fundamentals, which is what we're doing here, you'll be able to easily understand how the organizations have, made it work for them. Previous organizations I worked for, they had something called Tempo. Right? Tempo. I'm like, what the heck is this? It's literally just the same IPMC, but all they did was they had a sales function in front of it. Because of the nature of their business, they had a sales team that did all the sales before the initiation. That's all it was. But that's how they customized it to fit their environment. But as long as you understand the basics, it will be easy for you to pick up in any organization to understand how they have also been able to implement it. Okay? Now, this is where it gets fun. Yay! No? Not so fun. All right. You would have all heard, and I'm sure in your research, of the triple constraints. What is the triple constraints? MSc students, talk to me. What are the triple constraints? You're in week 2 of your MSc. Have they covered that yet?
Week 1.
Week 1
Yes.
of your MSc.
Yes.
And they haven't covered that.
That's it.
Go get your money back right away.
Yes.
I'm looking at you. Triple constraints. One, two,
Scope.
3.
Who's on the board?
Time, cost, and scope. Yeah? Time, cost, and scope. Triple constraints. Okay? Is there anyone here that juggles? Like juggle?
I can juggle.
You can juggle? Come on up.
Depends, what am I juggling?
Let's go on up. You can juggle?
Yeah.
Let's just sound right there. It's all right. Here you go.
Let's say I can juggle, but I'll give it a try.
Time, cost, and scope. A project manager's job is to juggle all these things and keep them moving at the same time. So it's balanced. Yeah? If you drop one, what happens? You mess up the project. Make sense? So that one could be anyone. If you get the cost wrong, everything else goes out of line. So please juggle.
It's been years. It's been years. It's been years.
Listen, don't worry, I'll allow you. I've been doing this for storage dispute engineer. No, say.
Oh, there's one behind there.
No, I forget.
Because I know you're complaining about.
No, it's fine. I know my back. Yeah, it's fine. No worry. It's goodness that steals them. So, again, as a project manager, your job is to juggle the projects. Okay, juggle all the constraints: time, cost, and scope. Now, as you can see on the board, yep, this is our triangle. So, to be clear, it is not, and I didn't know this until I taught somebody that was a teacher and she corrected me. She says, this is an equilibrium triangle, not an isosceles triangle. So that's what I learned that day, right? It's an equilibrium triangle because all sides are equal. Easy. Okay? So that is telling us that when we have our project, so coming back to our house project that we're building for Mr. Goodness over here. So we'll have our scope. Okay? Doesn't matter what order you put it in. We can have our, that can be our time, doesn't matter. Okay? We have our time, we have our cost, we have our scope. Once we have agreed on that, yeah, the job is now to maintain to that order. I.e., scope, build a house with 2 bedrooms and cinema and this and that. Scope. Cost, £750,000. Are you with me? Yeah. Time, 9 months. As a project manager, your job is to keep that balance as much as you can. So you all have good imagination and you're all going to tell me I'm doing a great job juggling. Yes?
Wow.
Wow. Perfect. Yeah? That's your job. Now, the other part of your job is to manage the risk and the issues. Because when they come into the picture, what do you think it's going to do to your equilibrium triangle?
Into 4D then now.
Yeah, well, it's going to mess it up. Exactly. Something's going to go out of sync. Right? So your job is to keep everything in sync as much as possible. So when I say in sync, if you've agreed with a customer a cost of £750,000, you want to keep it at that cost. Now, can it go up? Yes or no?
Yes.
Can it go down? Yes or no?
Yes.
Why? What would make it go up? What would make the cost go up? So we said it's a 2-bed, 9 months. Why is the cost now going up? What would make the cost go up?
Delays.
Delays? Yeah? What type of delays though?
Let's say Cost of material.
Okay, cost of materials. Sure.
Inflation, which can affect cost of materials.
Yes. Inflation,
Underestimating the cost of things.
underestimating the cost of things. Yes.
Actual delays in delivering the project, which can mean labor costs will be extended or stretched out.
Right. Yes. War. Fantastic. Thank you very much. You see, weather, right? So you can see already, just using that as an example, we're already stepping into a whole minefield of craziness, of risk and issues, right? So that's where your job as a project manager is to ensure you keep it as tight as possible. There are some things that you can control. Great. But like you just mentioned, war. There are some things that you can't control. When I started with this client on the interview, my first question was, you guys want to move the service desk from UK to Pakistan? I'm like, you do know there's beef between Pakistan and India? And that was my Indian voice, by the way. And they could go to war like at any time? They're like, yeah, we know. I'm like, okay. Because that to me is a risk. Now the business understands that risk. Now, naturally, just to give you a bit more background as to why they chose to do that, naturally, there's no business that would want to take that risk because they're like, nah. It's like opening up a call center in Ukraine. Come on. You understand? You know at any time anything can happen, right? But the driver there was the fact that the company, which I didn't know, the company itself belongs to a Pakistani billionaire. You understand? So as far as this concerned, that's his homeland, and I guess he has that control. So to make it more relatable, I'm sure you all do, because you all said you're Nigerian. Bloody hell, I need to change my marketing team. Full of Nigerians. Anyway, closest person I can relate it to would be Dangote. You understand? So if Dangote had a business in the UK and it's like, okay, I want to move my call center to Nigeria, you would understand why. He controls the grounds there. So it's very much similar type of environment. So that was my first thing. So coming back to this, risk can come from anywhere. Your job as a project manager is to bat them away. You understand? It's to control the risk. There are some risks that there's nothing you can do about it. You just have to just take the hit, right? But there are some risks that you say, okay, you know what? Let's put some barriers. Let's mitigate this risk. Okay? Now, quick example. I don't have it yet, but goodness has assured me he'll be buying me the iPhone 17. So, light work, right? iPhone 17. What are some of the risks related to having such a phone? Maybe theft. Theft? What else? Huh? Theft?
Cost of maintenance, I think.
Yeah, possibly, yeah. No, there's not much, but
I mean, if it breaks, though.
if it breaks, so theft,
That's kind of
it could break,
point.
it could, the screen could break, it could scratch. What else?
But the selling point is like it cannot break.
Well, we'll have to try that out.
The batteries are stronger.
Battery, okay.
Yeah.
So you're already calling out different risks, right? So let me ask you this. What is one way you all mitigate the risk of losing your phone or your phone getting stolen? What is one thing you all do? Everybody.
It's a password
Tracker, password.
Yeah,
So those are mitigating actions. Like nobody sees your naughty videos.
Yeah.
What else? What else?
Activating the tracker.
Keep it secure. It's something you've not mentioned.
Putting documents on cloud.
Documents on cloud. Yeah, okay. Say it.
Insurance. Wow, crazy.
Insurance. When you have insurance on your phone, what have you done?
We secured the future.
You've mitigated against the fact that because it's a risk, should my phone get stolen, right? I've got insurance, right? So if I've got insurance, guess what? I'm only going to get a new one the next day or 2 days down the line because I've got insurance. Okay? So within project environments, what you do is when you see risk, you need to put in mitigating actions around that risk. Risk is a big topic. I don't want to go into it now because I'll lose control, but I want to point something out. I don't want you to forget. When it comes to risk in a project environment, everybody is responsible for risk. Yeah? It's not a case of that's your job, that's your job. No, everybody. So what that means is anyone within the project team, internal, external, whatever, can call out risk. Yeah? So if Kayode calls out a risk, he might not have the knowledge about it. He might just see that, oh, this is wrong and this could go wrong and this could happen and da 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 da. All he needs to do is call it out. Once he calls it out, as project manager, what I would then want to do, or what we then have to do is, we then have to assign that risk to the best placed person. The person that has the knowledge, the SME. SME is what? Subject matter expert. So if it's a technical risk that Kayode spotted, we give it to the technical team. Say, hey guys, look at that risk. Right? They would assess that risk. By assessing the risk, they want to understand that what is the likelihood, one, and the impact, two, of that risk. So if it's low, nothing to worry about. If it's high, right, guys, let's sit down. Let's really discuss this. Okay? Let me stop. You can see I'm getting carried away already. So I'll leave the risk. Okay. Wrapping up on this, triple constraints, time, cost, and scope. That's the basic of what we work towards, right? But again, that also has competing demands. And those competing demands are what you see on the inside, which is value, quality, image, reputation. So let me explain it this way. As much as you're a project manager and your goal is to deliver the project against the time, the cost, the scope, you also need to ensure that what you get value for money. Yeah, you manage the quality of the deliverables. So it's not just the case of, yes, the job is done, and Kayode says, yeah, we'll put the tables together in the training room, but then the legs are wonky. Has that met the quality? Right, thank you. This one here, the image and the reputation. You can say, yes, we delivered the, okay, I gave an example before about doing a project outside someone's house or something like that. Okay, so using that example, that project has been given to Ike Construction Company, and he's put a project manager to deliver that project. Okay, the project is delivered on time, on budget, on scope. But let me tell you this: during the execution of that project manager and the person who Ike said were doing construction in front of their house, the person comes out and says, you guys are making too much noise. The project manager says, shut up, mate. What are you talking about? We've been told to come and do this. How does that help the image and the reputation of the business? Does it? It doesn't. So as much as you can argue that, yeah, we delivered the project on time, on scope, on budget. No, because you didn't manage the image and the reputation of the business. Does that make sense? Now, what you see that reflects on both sides, which is on the side of the triple constraints and the competing demands, you'll see the risk is what? Still in the middle. Still in the middle for both of them. When it comes to risk, the moment we started or thought about the project, the risk is live. The only time the risk is no longer valid is when the project has closed. At that point, then it's no longer a risk. Am I making sense? So as long as the project is open, the risk is valid. So you always have to ensure that you are managing the project to the best of your ability as well as the risk. Cool. Any questions? No questions. All right, not doing too bad if there are no questions. So this is 10:03. Okay, let's take a comfort break. I'll give you 10 minutes, so if you can be back at 20 past. If you need to get fresh air, please do. those at home, you should probably finish frying plantain before. If you want to go ahead and eat, eat. So 10 minutes, guys, yeah? Thank you very much. Gracias.
Pause recording.
Yes, I'm just gonna pause. Yes, thank you. There we go. And welcome back. So, where are we? Okay, so we are due to finish in 1 hour 40. So we're making good progress and you are doing great. Yes. Don't worry, you'll be fine. You'll be fine. So let's carry on. I don't think this needs much explanation, but so that you can't say I didn't talk about it. Time constraints. Yeah. We understand every project has a start and an end date. Okay. Now, why I should really talk about this is you need to understand time constraints and how it impacts your project based on the environment that you work in or the industry that you work in. I'll give you an example. You could be working in an industry that, let's say, the government now says, okay, going forward, everybody must do this, i.e. GDPR. Okay, if you remember GDPR, if you don't, just quickly Google it. GDPR, as of 2017, it went live everywhere. Well, in the UK at least. Okay. Now, what that meant was every business had to be GDPR compliant by, I think it was May, 31st of May or something like that, 2017. So prior to that, what were businesses doing? They were scrambling around and trying to, put themselves together so that they could be GDPR compliant. Now, if they didn't make that time, the assumption was they'll be getting a fine from the government. That's why everybody was rushing to do it or trying to rush to do it, right? But I can honestly tell you, not every business met the so-called deadline and they just carried on, putting things in place as they went on. Some businesses now probably still fully aren't GDPR compliant, but because they've not been found, they just carried on. Because there's a fine for that. If you don't know about it, there's like a 20%, no, 4% of your global turnover or whatever it was. But it's crazy money that they take off you if they find that you are non-GDPR compliant. So that's an example of a project that, had to be delivered to a specific time. Okay? To make it more relatable, going back to our house, we're building. And I think somebody asked, what if there's a wife? Can we ask if they've got children? Blah, blah, blah. Assuming, okay, the family says, hey, we're expecting a baby in 9 months. All right? That's giving you a constraint. That's telling you that that house needs to, exactly. So maybe not even 9 months. Maybe the house needs to be ready in 7 months or 8 months or something like that. So that kind of constraint, we can't say, well, let me come to you because that would be sexist because men can have babies nowadays, I guess. That could then be saying, okay, you know what? Can you hold on another month? Right? We can't do that. You understand? So if there are constraints, we have to work within those constraints. That's why it's called a triple constraints. Likewise with the budget. Okay? So I think that should be next up. 1 second. Yes, cost, budget, right? If your customer tells you, hey, this project for this house, I have only got £750,000. That means that is what you're working towards. Because if they don't have another piggy bank somewhere that they can go and raid, you're going to be done. Yeah? But everywhere is different. And again, as much as I'm teaching you this and I'm trying to tell you, you have to be like this, you have to be like that. When you get into the real world, you're going to be like, OJ was just hyperactive, it was too serious. You understand? Because even the project I'm working on now, they didn't even have a budget. And we are literally 3 months into it. How do you think that's happened? I'll give you a backstory. So in short, we need to purchase 400 and something odd devices, handheld devices. Okay. So like I said to you, it's a delivery project. We're implementing a new delivery system. Okay. So that delivery system means all the drivers need to have the pod. Yeah. You know, like the pods that they come with and tell you to sign. All the drivers need to have that. The business started the project. They didn't even know how much that would cost. No, but this is the truth. So we're getting down the line. It's like, yeah, we need these devices. It's like, yeah, but who's paying for it? No, that was literally the question.
So they brought you in a project manager halfway through the project.
No, I started the projects. But again, so give you a backstory. In some environments, they don't want you to touch budgets. They don't want you to worry about money. They just want you to execute the projects. So they're not going to be like, so to give you the flip side of that, in some environments, you are tracking week to week what is being spent. Yeah, and you're reporting on that as well. In some environments, they don't need you to track budgets, right? They just want you to execute. So this is some of the stuff they don't tell you in your MSc project manager. Have you got the same lecturer?
Yes.
Bring him here.
What's the difference between real and
This is the difference. Exactly. Exactly. You understand? So anyway, we come to the point, yes, we need these devices. Those devices, you're talking around anywhere from 800 to £1,000 each. So in short, we now need to go and find about close to 350 to 400,000 pounds to buy the devices. You understand? So that's now an issue. Okay? And obviously that issue is above my pay grade. So I'm like, yeah, I'll let the big boys deal with it. You know? And I'm there on the call. I'm just sat there listening. And they're like, yeah, we're just gonna have to find this money. Well, okay. It's not my money. But can you think like, wait, so you guys have got us all the way here and we didn't even have money approved to pay for these devices? Because all the business thought they would have to pay, the people that were running the show, all they thought about was, oh, all we need to do is pay the vendor that has the app. All we need to do is pay the license fee, pay for them, give them their money. Nobody said, what about the devices? You understand? And again, look, there's no perfect environment. I put my hand up because I've come in and I've made the assumption that, yeah, you guys have got the money. You understand? Like, you're good for this, right? It's like, you know, going out with your mate. And you're thinking your mate's got the money to pay for the dinner. And he's thinking you've got the money to pay for the dinner. Both of you will wash plate. You understand? So, in the end, obviously, you know, the bigger boys, they will find that money. You understand? Now, truthfully, big scale, it might just mean there's another project down the line that they haven't started, but they budgeted for. They'll take the money out of that purse. They'll take the money out of this purse, out of that purse. They'll try and make the money. It's not my problem. You understand? But that's the reality sometimes, you know. So as much as I'm going to tell you this is the perfect order, no, sometimes it's just fluid. You understand? These guys now, every week. So for example, now I'll give you a backstory. I was speaking to some of the security guys about doing pen testing. So you know what pen testing is, yeah?
No.
Yeah. Yes, you do. Penetration testing. Don't go too far. Keep it clean. Penetration testing is where we test the application or the software to make sure it's secure. That, i.e., the bad guys can't get into it, so to speak. So we actually simulate, you know, activities on there to see what happens, right? Now, I'm having this conversation, blah, 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 blah. And then the guy was like, oh, what about payments? I'm like, payments? He said, yeah, they're going to be taking payments on the device. I'm like, listen, nobody has said anything to me about payments. He goes, yeah, they were talking about. When he said it, I'm like, no, 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 no. Because this is not, that's the first time as a project manager, that's the first time I'm hearing about a requirement for payments on the system. So if that requirement was valid, what does that do to my project? Take me back to the start. Because I didn't factor that in the first place. You understand? So again, continuing with the conversation, he's like, you know what, mate? I'm pretty sure when they started the project, they wanted the terminals, the devices, to take payments. I'm like, hey, buddy, I'm pretty sure I've never heard anybody say payments. And this conversation stayed between me and you. That is it. I'm not going to mention payments. You shouldn't mention payments. Because it's like reminding them that, you guys, what about payments? They'll say, yeah. You understand? Put it. But that put it, that's going to draw the project back. You get my point? So as much as, yes.
Well, shouldn't you be afraid of those things coming back in the future? You might have a chance to address it now, but if you don't, then later down the line, it might come up again.
Again, because of the way that the business is, my fear is every week they're coming up with something else.
But you allow it.
Because we allow it.
So you rather work with the proof that you're
Exactly. So if they keep coming up with something else, guess what? It's going to take us longer to deliver the project. Right? So, i.e., you're in the kitchen. Do you cook? Yes, you cook, because every man and woman can cook. Yes. You're in the kitchen, you're cooking. You're cooking for your partner. She says, what's your favorite dish? What do you like to make? What's your best dish that you can make?
Let's go pound it down.
Oh,
Listen.
look at that. A little African man here. Hey. You're making pounded yam and egusi for your partner. And then she comes in and changes the scope on you and says, you know what? Actually, fancy pasta. What is that going to do to your timeline? It's going to add to it. You understand? Because that was not the scope to begin with. So it's now going to give you more work to do. But depending on the stage you are with the pounded yam and the egusi, you understand? So assuming, let's say you've only just put the water on to boil the water, I think that's the process. You're going to be like, oh, okay, pasta. Yeah, sure. You can easily switch and divert to pasta, correct? But if you're there sweating away and you're doing pounded yam, well, there you go. You're going to be like, hey, you are who? You must eat this one. Exactly. You see that sweet talk that you said? Exactly how it is. Exactly. So let me bring it back to project. So assuming the word got back to my clients or customers that, oh yeah, we forgot payments. What do you think I'm going to say? Yeah. Well, guess what, guys? Let's leave it for a minute. Let's finish this. Guess what? We can do payments next. You understand? That's why with projects, you have phases. Yeah. So we say, okay, you know what? Let's do this in phase 2.
Is there a set fit, or does it matter? It could be phase 1, 2, 3, 4, 1 by 1.
It could be anything. It could be phase A, B, C, D, E. You understand? Right? So let me bring it back to what we've been doing. So come back to our manufacturer, 5K to 40K a month. These are all the different projects. We put those projects in phases. Are you with me?
Yes, sir.
So the phases that are relatable, we group them together. The phases that make sense. Oh yeah, manufacturing. Yep. IT system. Yep. Finance system. Yep. Good. You understand? Sales, logistics, whatever. Yep. So that's how we would deliver it. Does that make sense? Yeah? Guys online, you still with me?
Yes.
Yes. All right. Fantastic. So let's move on. Evans, you're requesting remote control of my PC. Is there a reason? I'll decline. 1 second. Let me just
No. Thank you.
No worries. All right. So we kind of touched on this when we're talking about cost, but scope. Again, scope is Scope constraint refers to a limitation of the project goals, objectives, or deliverables, right? So as a project manager, technically, you shouldn't take on a project without a clear scope. You shouldn't. You shouldn't. Yeah? Oh, guess what? It happens. You're like, yeah, we'll figure it out. Yeah, we'll do this, we'll do it. And you just, and that's the position I'm in. Because we just started the project, we just started running. Nobody has sat down and said, every week, I just want to be like, can we just pause? Every week. But I'm like, listen, let these guys run. I'm just going to keep pushing this IT part. Let them run. You understand? So, examples of constraints, stakeholder requirements, available resources, time frame, budget, regulatory requirements. Those are all different constraints. Yeah? Depending on the industry you're in. All right? The biggest regulatory requirement I can think of is if you look at the insurance industry. They have loads of regulations. Pharmaceutical industry, loads of regulations. So let's say you're a project manager and you're the one in charge of creating a new drug, a new tablet or something like that. You can imagine that there'll be so many regulations that you have to adhere to. You get my point? So I think that's pretty straightforward. And then it talks about strategies for managing scope constraints. Define the project scope, obviously. Prioritize the scope, manage the stakeholders, use change management techniques, monitor the scope, communicate effectively.
Going to be constantly shifting in terms of like, so okay, this is what we set out in the scope, this is the time frame. Okay, now like you get that example of that.
Yeah.
You have to do it all again and then
Practically. And okay, yes, so that's a good point. That's why, yeah, so to answer your question, the scope can change. Yeah, but we don't want it to change. Ideally. Because if the scope changes, remember our juggling skills, time, cost, and scope. If the scope changes, our equilibrium triangle is no longer equilibrium. It now goes wonky. Yeah? So if it goes wonky, what does that mean? If the scope has gone out of the window, what's going to happen to the cost? What's going to happen to the time? So again, if that was the case, we then need to revisit it and say, right, let's get it back in line. So i.e., 5-bedroom house, 750,000, 9 months. That's our project. Yeah? We then get to the scope going out of hand, saying, no longer 5-bedroom, but 7-bedroom. Are we expecting that the time and the cost will remain the same? Why?
It's a different.
The requirements have changed. The scope has changed. Yeah? It's no longer in balance as what we initially agreed. Right? So then that means I have to come back to the table and say, okay, this is what we had. So we've gone from 5-bedroom to 7-bedroom. Right? We then need to assess that all over again and say, okay, no, plus the 2 additional bedrooms, and we're going to do this. Okay, so it's no longer 750, it's going to be 850. You understand? We'll talk about that piece later, but in short, if you now say, okay, it's got to be 850, it's no longer 8 months, it's going to be 10 months, right? Ultimately, go back to your project sponsor, your client, and say, are you happy with that? Because again, remember this, guys, the money is not yours. It's not your money. A lot of people say, well, do you get to tell them which bank account to pay into? I'm like, you bloody Nigerians. You don't. No, you don't. You don't tell anybody anything about bank accounts. That's not your job. You understand? You don't get the money. You don't get to touch the money. It's just on the screen. That's it. You know? Right. Any questions on that? We're in shape. Cool. Real quick, obviously, as you can see, the whole point of it is for you as a PM to balance the constraints. That's your job. Balance the constraints. You know, that's why you will see on every job description, it tells you that as well. Being able to manage timeline, budgets, stakeholders, scope, etc., etc. Okay? So, coming to the last leg of our session, I want you to take a look at this. or rather this, and I'll talk about this and then we're going to understand the next one together. So what you see here is the project life cycle. And again, I think somebody mentioned it before, life itself, guess what? You already know is a project, right? Because you go through phases, okay? So as you see here, you've got cost and staffing level against time, right? At the start of the project, starting the project, one key deliverable towards this at the end of the starting phase is you want to have in place a project charter that basically says this is what the project is about, this is what the project is going to do. Okay. Now you get through that and into your organizing and prepping. Okay. What you need to understand is this cost and staffing level against time is telling us that as we get into the project, right, initially the cost and staffing level over time is low, right? And as we get into it and we start doing the work, the cost and staffing level increases.
This is generally what happens.
Generally, in most general environments, right? So if you're building a house, as an example, okay, we've got multiple resources: engineers, carpenters, architects, plumbers, electricians, at least 10 different type of skill sets that we're going to have, window fitters, all those type of guys, right? Now, if you're building a house and on day one of building this house, all these guys turn up on day one, how does that benefit you? It doesn't.
Yeah, because you know their timing. Everyone can start at the same time.
Exactly. Because guess what? If they all come on that day, typical British lad, hey mate, I'm here now, mate, you gotta pay me for the day, mate. Hey, you know what I mean? And you have to. You want to say something?
No, nothing. Just gonna say, yeah, you know.
Yeah, they're gonna listen, I'm here now, mate. You have to pay them, right? But you don't want to do that because assuming that was the case, then we're gonna go from here automatically straight up. Okay. So the money we should be spending on the actual execution is being blown on the fact that people have turned up and they're not doing anything, right? So again, expectation is as we get into the project more and more, what we really want to see is in the execution phase where we're carrying out the work, we want to see a spike. You understand? In the work. Now, expectation is by the time we get to the point where we've completed the work, guess what? Everybody starts going home. Yeah. We start getting rid of resources. We start releasing them. Right? Once all the bricks have been laid, I don't want to see a bricklayer anywhere near the building. What are you doing, man? You better be working for free. You understand? So you have to follow that life cycle. And that's your job as a project manager to control all of that. Surprised, given the time, I've not used it as an example, but the most simplest way I can explain project management to you, I'm sure you all get it, but this also helps, is consider that you are a conductor of an orchestra. Yeah? We've all seen an orchestra. If you haven't, quickly Google it. How many instrumentalists in an orchestra? Give me a number.
No, quite a few.
Quite a few. They're in sections, but just give me a number of the different types or different sections. Like, let's say 10, 20.
10, okay.
Yeah, but you could have 10 of 10. So that's like 100, so to speak. So skill set wise, let's say there's 10 different skill sets. So 10 different instrumentalists, violinists, bassists, the one that sits there and plays the fat thing, whatever, right? Now, question to you guys. How many of those instruments do you think a project manager can play? Or sorry, a conductor can play? Yeah, maybe one, maybe two, maybe none. Yeah? Maybe a handful is what they can actually play. Does that make sense? But that doesn't stop them from delivering what they need to do. That doesn't stop them from being a conductor. Because again, their job is not to play the music. It's to manage the people that are playing the music. Because what they have, remember this, is they have the music sheet from start to finish. Everyone else has their music sheet that they need to play. Am I making sense? So as the conductor, all he's doing is stood there and he's like, yeah, mate, you're doing a great job. Get ready, mate, I'm coming up to you next. You understand? People behind the scene, they don't know what's going on. But you as a project manager, i.e. conductor, you're the one controlling the music. Say, yes, keep playing. You understand? All the way through until you get that last thing. And everybody's like, yeah, that's it. You understand? That's what you're there to do as a project manager. You're there to control the pace of the project. Likewise, a conductor controls the pace of the music. Yeah? Good. So, now that you understood that, and you all said yeah, and you all shook your heads, take a look at this. And kindly, guys, welcome, Ray. Hello, Ray.
Everyone.
Welcome. Before you take a look at that, come on in, Ray. How you doing?
Fantastic. How you doing?
I'm very well. So this is Ray, everyone. If you haven't met him,
Hi, Ray.
Ray is practically my number 2. So, good news and bad news. Good news is I'm the nice one. Ray's not so nice.
Sorry, not sorry.
Yes, there you go. So if you're after growth, Ray will probably bite your head off. I'm joking. Well, yeah, welcome, Ray. So thank you very much. All right, so you can sit there. No one said. So what I want you to do is take a look at this. I'll give you a couple of minutes, okay? And I just want you to tell me how you understand this, right? So for those that might have bad eyesight or short sight, I don't know. Basically, this says opportunity to cost effectively manage change. So that's what I want to talk about next, but I want you to look at that and just understand it for a minute.
I bring your laptop this one. Bring your problem as well. This move the channel. We should. Thank you so much. When you go?
Picked up at 11. Yeah. So, anything from anyone? I understand it. I don't understand it. I fell asleep 5 minutes ago. Anyone?
Sorry for the noise.
Yeah, go for it. Yep, correct. Okay.
No, he's like to make changes to a project at the beginning of the process as like
Everyone holding 5 pounds. That's important. Very correct, right? At the start of the project, it's easier for us to implement change. Okay? When we get into the project, i.e. the execution phase, that change becomes harder. Few ways to think about it. Initiation, right? Or conceptualization in this case, we are writing in pencil. If you're writing in pencil, you make a mistake, what do? You rub it out, get the eraser. Funny enough, I touched an eraser for the first time in like 20 years, 2 weeks ago. I've still got it in my bag. I just keep it close to me. I don't know why.
Well, like a memento.
Yeah, because I can't remember the last time I had to touch one. I can't remember the last time I used a pencil. Well, anyway, so pencil. After pencil is what? What's after pencil? Okay. Pen. Okay, so with pens, you're making more solid decisions. Yeah? Yeah, exactly. It's a lot difficult. It spot on. You guys are all £5, right? Okay. So that's our initiation. That's our design. Now, when we get into our execution, we're not using pencil. We're not using pen. What are we using? Marker. Big, fat, dirty black marker. Or big, fat, dirty white marker. To be equal, right? Now, what does that mean? That means if you want to make a change, it's going to be a lot harder. And it's going to cost you more than likely. You understand? So, very spot on, like you mentioned, at the start of the project, here, we can make changes. It's easier to make changes. Yeah? If you're still thinking about it, talking about it, yeah, go on. Oh, take that out. Oh, put this in. Oh, da, da. Fine. But when you get into the project, the minute you kick off, that opportunity, based on the phases, you lose. Yeah? So, you get to this point of the project. You've come, the project is 10 months. You're in month 9. You built the house. The customer now says, oh, I know we said 5 bedrooms and you built 5 bedrooms, but guess what? Just found out my missus is pregnant. You put another room in there, mate. You understand? You're going to be like, the job's done, lad. You understand? Because at that point, what can you do? That room for change, or that opportunity for change is gone. The only thing you can do is maybe make an adjustment. Maybe there's a big room, you cut it up, something like that. But it's very rare. So for you guys, what you need to understand here with this is you want to ensure you have the full requirement end to end. Does that make sense? Because assuming now you're a project manager and you've taken on a project, a software project. So you guys, software engineers, the customer has told you, this is what I want. You say, yeah, sure. We can build it for you. It's going to cost you £100,000. That's what you've agreed. That's it. Towards the end of the project, the customer now comes and says, oh, add this to it. You can see the frustration already. You understand? Because that now means more work for them. And as much as it might mean, okay, maybe they're going to get paid more money, they would have been like, well, you should have told us that from the beginning. Does that make sense? So I know I mentioned fixed costs before and T&M. I'll talk about those later. Because depending on the pricing model that you have in place, you might want to have that happen because you're going to make money from it, which is what some organizations do. So what they do is, if the more changes, they won't tell you can't make a change, but they'll charge you for that change. Not just for implementing it, but for even requesting it. Yeah? Fantastic. So we all understand that. Last hour, and we are home and good. 1 second. Yes, so I mentioned this when we're making the list. What do you understand by checkpoints, quality gates, or go, no go? What does that mean to you? How do you understand it? Quality gates, checkpoints, go, no go. Just take a wild guess.
It's checking when it's
Okay, checking, yes.
Check progress.
Check the progress
Every point in time.
at every point in time, yeah.
Changes.
Okay,
Approve.
okay,
Was it like, oh, the top 10 points?
yeah. So very simple.
That you take your milestone.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So all of that and more. Okay. So yes, very clear is basically with this case here, at the end of every stage, we're checking what we've done. So it's a checkpoint, it's a quality gate. These are gates, right? So, i.e., when we get to the end of our initiation phase, we want to make sure what we have done is quality. Okay? So usually we would present that. Right? You present your charter, and that needs to be approved. So that approval is part of the checkpoint, part of the quality gates, part of your go, no go. So when we say go, no go, it's when you take a deliverable, a stage, the end of a stage, you take it to the board, and that will be reviewed. And they'll tell you, yes, we give you a go, meaning they're happy with what you produced. They're happy with the output and the deliverables. So we'll give you a go, meaning move on to the next stage. Or they'll tell you,
Wait, you check, what do you say, you check with the stakeholder?
yes, so at the stage gates, so i.e. in this case here, we'll take it to your sponsor, the project sponsor, the project leads, whoever's at the top, for them to make a call that, all right, we give you permission to proceed, you know, to continue to the next phase, or we don't give you permission, which means go back and do it again because we're not happy with the quality. So this is where your PMO comes in. So your PMO, your project management office, your PMO analyst, they would, or they should be able to help you to ensure that you have delivered what the business wants to the quality and the expectation of the business, i.e. the documentation. So some places have documents that you have to fill out, like from start to finish. So if those documents don't meet the quality, they're not going to allow you to go to the next stage. So with these checkpoints or quality gates or go, no go, there's only three things that can happen. One, they give you approval or you continue. Two, go back and do it again and don't come back till you've done it. Or three, it's provisional. You understand? Provisional will give you a go, but you must complete X, Y, X, Y within a period of time. Does that make sense? Yes, no, maybe? Okay, so we got that covered. Guys online, 2 thumbs up. Cool. Right, quick activity. I'm going to give you guys 15 minutes. Start thinking about it. I'm going to send you a link. Evans, could you kindly put everyone in a group, please? I don't think you've put them in a group yet. Just throw them in a group and I'm going to share the link. So I want you to start thinking about it and I'll explain what you need to do. So what we want to understand here is what are the issues that we face in projects? Okay, now there's no right or wrong answer. What you need to be able to do is justify your answer. So this is the issue, this is a list of issues, and you've got here project schedule overruns, right? So you're looking at the frequency, the criticality, what actions, or what will be the justification. So i.e., you've got project schedule overruns. Generally, what do you guys think? How often do you reckon projects overrun? Obviously, 1 being the lowest, 5 being the highest.
Does that mean, so when you say 1 to 5, is that how, it's not the actual number, it's like how much it happens?
How often, yes. Well, in this case, the frequency. Yeah, so basically, if I use this as an example, you've got project schedule overruns, frequency there has been placed at a 3, right? But you know what? It's something that happens more than often. Okay.
What's project schedule overruns?
What is when the schedule overruns? So you have a schedule, this is where we're going to start, this is where we're going to finish. So if that overruns, so i.e. we're going to start in January, finish in August. If it overruns to September, that's the problem, right? So that's the frequency and then the criticality. So the criticality would depend on the type of project, right? So if it's not an important project, the criticality would be low. But if it is an important project, i.e. the HS2, that now, if you check, is behind God knows how many years, not just in time, but it's way beyond the budget. A typical example, or a lovely example I like to use, I'm sure everyone's heard of the Burj Khalifa, right? Anyone been there? Okay, so put down your to-do list. Write it down, everybody. Write it down, write it down. Go to Burj Khalifa next year. Write it down. And make sure you do. No, I'm serious. Write it down. I want you to write it down, going to Burj Khalifa next year. And I'm taking OJ. Write it down. So, I'll give you that as an example. Burj Khalifa, do you know how much that project was budgeted for? Any ideas?
Somewhere in the hundreds of millions.
Yeah, good answer. Hundreds of millions, close to between, off the top of my head, between 700 to 800 million is what it was budgeted for.
Yeah.
Budgeted for. Do you know what it ended up at?
5 billion.
No, density something.
No. Okay, practically double that.
Yeah.
100%. So you're talking about 1.6. Yeah, I think 1.6 billion is what it ended up at. Right?
Yeah.
Now, frequency of such things, yes, it does happen. In this case, with the Burj Khalifa, the criticality is quite high because it's such a big project, right? It's different when an individual is embarking on a project. Remember the triple constraints? Time, cost, scope? What were the competing demands within that? Image? Yeah? Image. Let's go with that image, right? So again, if it's an individual that's taken on a project and they're running late, it's not on track, whose image is affected? As an individual, just a person, just yours, just you, right? But now we're talking about a nation, a country. How do you think it would have looked if Dubai or the king of Dubai and so failed on that project? How would it have looked for the country?
Yeah, it would have looked right.
It would have looked bad. Let me bring it closer to home, because all of you are Nigerians. I'm joking. But yes, you're right, it would have looked bad, right? So because of that, there's an extra incentive by the country to make sure that the project is delivered. Well, I'll send you the link. There's a video I love watching it, and you will love watching it as well, because I told you to love it, right? And it talks about the construction process. Now, with that process, they ran into issues. Yeah, not even risk, because this was live and happening, right? They ran into issues that they had to basically think of solutions for in order to resolve. Otherwise, they couldn't continue with the project. So if you know the building, funny enough, I've got a mock of it in my office. So if you know the building, you know it's quite high. And because it's so high up, what does that mean? The wind, the elements, right? So they had to basically devise a new way to keep the building up and to keep it going, make sure it doesn't sink, because it's literally sand, isn't it? It's just ground, right? So something like that, the impact of that overrunning is quite high, the criticality of it. You understand? So depending on the type of projects, criticality could be like, yeah, it's nothing. Or it could be quite high. Does that make sense? Cool. So while I send you the link, what I want you to now do is, as a group, so somebody make a note. There's no point splitting you up in teams, just work together, including the guys online. Make a note of all of these. And what I want you to do as a group is determine. So obviously, conversate among yourselves on the frequency and criticality along with construction. So
are all of them going to be different for the project we want?
Yes, they will be different, but you guys just discuss and come up with a number or an answer for each as a group. Yeah? 2 thumbs up. So I'm going to send you a link, which you're going to do it on, but while I do that, just start discussing it amongst yourselves. Thanks, guys.
I have to write this down now. All right, what about the project? What's the project? Yeah, the project budget, the project budget overruns.
I think that one.
That's high.
Project,
That's high, right? Money's the most important factor.
Well, I think we have to think the project depends on whatever project we're working on.
Should we just continue with like the Burj Khalifa, the building?
It's not always high, because sometimes it could be low.
We could have like a couple of
Well, you just talk
Hello?
about based on the project. Yeah, exactly. So that's what I was like, yeah, we need to
Since
do
you're
the
in
project.
project, within my house in the desert, you can use that.
And we'll use your house in the desert anyway, so. The budget overruns, money is always the most, one of the most important factors. in that. So,
Budget overrun,
You could give it a 4.
Yeah.
unless you're a billionaire. Yeah, that would be possible.
even if I'm a billionaire, any budget around
Yeah.
where
For billionaires,
I think it should be around 2 though.
Hi guys, please let's join the WhatsApp group. I've shared the link.
So you
Check
think-
your WhatsApp, please.
Going
For
over,
that particular project, yeah.
don't fish.
Yeah, I just feel the budget should not be that high, if we don't ask the right questions and know the specific for one building of one person.
Yeah, but if you go over, how,
In a 5-bedroom building though. You know, wait, we are in line with the building though.
We're using board.
oh, no, we're using it for imaginary.
Generally, I still go.
My house in the desert.
When it's going over budget, you might not be able to afford it and probably not get scrapped, so it is important. If we go over budget, we'll not be able to afford your budget might be set because that's all you can afford.
Don't forget the budget is $3 million.
It might be, you might end up being 5. You might end up being 6 or 7, you might not have that money.
Yeah, you'll be able.
What?
Yes.
That's 3.5.
Me personally, I'm going with 4. Mommy is the most important.
It's a very critical, it's like, I'll go for that.
4 or 5. Definitely.
So, this kind of happens, what do we do? Because in this case, I think
So what are we just like?
suppliers coming.
I want to chop my money, that's why it's putting that.
No, no, inflation now.
Yes.
What do you do? Don't you just step back, you start planning, you go back to everyone involved in the process and then you just like we discussed
Yes,
that.
you guys have to buy the material.
Go back to your budget, look at your options of suppliers,
Yeah,
and then
Yeah, the
try to some the ones that are sensible enough for the negotiation.
yeah. What do you say? Go back plan, renegotiate with suppliers. Arbitrary set. What deadlines? What that?
Does that mean it changes?
Oh, yeah, the,
Not changing the steps with them.
I was meaning of arbitrary step to get deadline.
So that's where it's just random. There's no specific reason why you picked the date, or there's just a feeling, there's no justification around it. So there's no, this is why, yes, exactly.
also you have a project, you say we're gonna get it done in 2 weeks, but you don't have no.
Estimation.
Yeah, you just.
Not even like an estimation, just we'll do it when we do it. Or you say in 2 weeks, but you've not actually looked at, is it?
Done no plan.
Yes, exactly, yeah. Just call it wishful thinking, yeah.
that's high as well. Yeah. Well,
Why
you do-
why do you guys like four?
it's important though.
Because I think it's
You
a
need
problem.
Yeah, so it's a important. You never know. You set it for 2 years and then it ends up being 2 years.
And I'm sure I'm sure they are doing this because you haven't even
you
reached
haven't
out to people that are going to be benefiting.
you haven't even put
They
the plan
don't
project.
understand what experience are.
You just say I've got this goal, I'm gonna do it in like 2 weeks, but you don't know anything about how.
Just like someone that you finish this up, should be
Yeah.
done by this.
And they
and
don't
then
have
you know,
no.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, fine.
Like you said.
No, I didn't. I just say no. I just wanted to understand it. Yeah. Okay. No, you guys have to. I'm not good at English though. Oh yeah, what's scope creep?
These guys know it. Let me keep quiet. Anyone, what is scope creep? Guys online. Okay. Just real quick then, scope creep. Obviously, we understand what scope is. Yeah. So anything that's classed as scope creep is something that was never agreed in the initial scope.
And someone who's trying to add on it.
Yes.
Above division. Yeah.
Yes, above what was already agreed. Or they're trying to bring it in. That's why it's called creep. Yeah. So it's sneaking into the projects.
That for frequency, I think that's a 5.
Yeah, this is important. So you want to go 4, 5. 5.
Yeah.
Is it good?
Sorry, please can you explain to me what the movement physically?
How serious it is.
Yeah.
The frequencies, how often
It happens. Yeah.
Happen in your project.
It should not happen.
Yeah, the conclusion of that happening should not, in places like this, when you're building for something, should not be happening though.
Yeah.
So you see that justification or that action there, that is what you need to document down. Yeah.
Right from time, the only possible thing that can change when you're building something that big is the architect starting the design or something. But that won't make sense.
Yeah, you might just forget to take. It happens often. Like the example with the Burj Khalifa, the professionals were on the decisions, but they didn't take that into consideration. You know, when they got the wings. Yeah. Oh yeah, I've got the house.
I'm working with the house though. So, like back to, like I have to go back to the arbitrary set project deadline. It should not happen often. I'm giving it like a while for frequency. Then how serious it is like 5 or 4.
Which one?
For the arbitrary set project deadline.
Okay.
How frequent will it happen? It should not happen. Something like that should definitely don't happen.
How frequent should it happen that you
Like,
don't
you don't set
like
a
you don't
deadline.
set a deadline?
Yeah. It should not happen. Personally, I'm giving it a month.
I'm gonna give you 7 more minutes, guys. Yeah. So what I've done is I've sent you all a link on WhatsApp. So request access to that document because that's what we're gonna work from for the rest of the training. Just request when you can. If you got your laptop, fine. If not, do when you get home. But that's where you're gonna put your answers. So keep working together and thinking about it, and then you guys will take this home as homework because I love you so much.
That makes sense.
Scope creep.
I didn't.
Guys online, I hope nobody's gone to the kitchen to cook. Are we all here?
So going to that happen is around 2 p.m.
Yes, I am still here.
Okay.
Yeah.
Do you guys have any take? Sorry, guys. Guys inside. Sorry, guys inside. Sorry, I just want to give the guys online a chance. So where did you get up to? Let me get some input from the guys online. Scope creep. Yeah. So that's completed. So overtime is required. So guys online, what's your take on that?
Sorry, what do you mean? What's our take on it?
How have you scored it for frequency and quality?
Scope creep is 5. So it's 5 highly likely.
Yeah. So 1 lowest, 5 highest.
Yeah. Scope creep is a 5 for quality. I think it's also important. I think it depends on its would I say identified in
Sorry, come again?
He said scope creep and frequency is highly likely that it will happen.
Okay.
I'll score 5.
Okay. And the criticality?
I think it depends on the level of importance or priority that they've placed.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah, perfect.
and then justification would also be dependent on its prioritization.
Yeah, yeah.
So when it
Go ahead.
When
No,
it
go
comes
ahead.
to educational actions, what ideas or answers are we exactly meant to be putting in?
So what would be the justification for allowing scope creep? You understand? And what kind of actions would you put in place? So you can answer it in 2 ways, as in what would bring this about, that you would allow it, and if so, what would be the actions that you would take to prevent it in the other sense? So how would you stop scope creep? You know, so how do you stop your clients, your user, your, whoever to not request more things? How do you stop it? So those are the actions or justifications that you would put in. But don't worry too much about that, because, sorry guys, because of time, you guys, that's what I said, you guys are going to get this as homework. So I hope somebody's taking notes. So share those with them. And then everyone else will be expected to complete this. So you'll have your own sheet. Once you have access to it, you'll be expected to complete this yourself. All right? Yeah.
So we pick a project, then we fill it up.
Yes, you can pick a project and fill it up. That's not a problem. But just carry on as you're doing it now. It's fine.
Cutting corners. What does it mean to cut corners? Not just things the right way.
Well, yeah, to not do things the right way. So for example, you're trying to cut stuff, so you make more money, as opposed to actually using the right resources to get like quality results and stuff.
How often should that happen?
It happens all the time, but I'm probably giving maybe a 3.
How much is it? If you're someone that wants to do something good,
You can't tell how your contractors think, to be honest. You can't really trust them.
that's why like the people that
Just like how you depend on assistants and just yourself.
true, but like, the people that you should also still research for, like contractors that are looking for people that have probably high quality tastes.
Yeah, so that's where your justification and action comes in. But I'm saying that you can't tell. Do you understand? You actually can't tell. You can't put your trust in them and then you must to be honest. Because they're trying to make money. It's like trying to get 2 qualities of ceilings now, you understand? And because you know one is cheaper than you know where you're going to gain from this one, just put it down one that is cheaper. I don't know. I'll give it a 3 and a 5. This price is really bad.
Yeah.
That's why POPs are collapsing in there and now.
They use less arguments. Hopefully, if you your time.
Thank you. How do you feel that? 3 or 5?
I agree.
Okay.
So when it comes to action.
Problem in operation.
Consequences or whatever.
Sorry.
I said when it comes to actions, you know how to mitigate it. Okay. But yeah.
We are getting the artisan or wherever they are. People that are getting to
Yes, and putting, of course, consequences.
Okay. So time out. I'm gonna pause you guys there. So as I said, homework is that please request the link on Google on Google Sheets so you can get the document and do the homework. All right. I'm not going to go through right or wrong answers just yet.
Request them Google Sheet.
I've sent the link for you. So everyone in here should be in a WhatsApp group.
The doc view only though.
Say that again.
I said the document is view only, or can we like save a copy?
No, you request access. You should be able to request access.
Evans, please.
Yeah, so Evans, yeah, so if you're there, you're there. If not, let Evans know. So we'll go through right or wrong answers tomorrow. Now, next thing I want to do, I know I briefly introduced Ray to you all before, but when I have Ray come up, background on why he's coming up and who he is. Ray is practically an alumni as of class of 2020. So 2022. Yeah, not 2000. Goodness. I would have.
Oh yeah, that's true.
Yeah. So class of 2022. And like I said, he's now at the level of my second in command. So normally, if I don't train, Ray's the one that trains. So I'll let Ray give you his story and his journey. And this is something I like to do because I want to show you guys this is not a gimmick and this is more than possible. Okay, so over to you, Ray. Yeah, go ahead. Good to see you.
Hello, online. Very good afternoon, everyone. My name is Ray. What people ask me all the time is what do I do? I wear many different hats. And in a nutshell, project management, without realizing you do project management in your personal life without fail. So coming in this space is, if anything, it's going to give you much more fruits to be able to navigate through professional life. Has anyone done project management, BA, or anything like that before? No? Perfect. We're in the right place. We're in the right place. So I don't know if everyone knows, but we get people that come through the door. Even yesterday, we had a delivery driver who was pretty interested in terms of coming in this space. The unique thing about this space, I call it the Northern Powerhouse, because there's not a place like this whatsoever, right? You go to anywhere you, let's say for instance, you want to do project management course. What tends to be the case is that they'll give you a course per se. Once they give you the course, they'll throw a piece of paper and say, yeah, we've done the course, thanks for coming, see you later, and wash your hands. You can't go back to those people, right? There's no relationship that's built or cultivated to enable you to get into the environment. Now, the unique thing about this place is that what it does is that it's an open door policy, right? You get people that come from different walks of life that are quite similar to myself in the project management space. But as much as you're doing this course is that what we do, we hold your hand to make sure that you're prepped in terms of your CV all the way through to even getting in the job. You might not even know what you're doing in the job on the first day. There'll be so many things people are asking you and you won't even know where to start. But what we do, we empower each other in terms of, okay, let's come together. Let's make sure that even if you don't, it's not clicking for you. We'll come back to what, so if this is as a deck or as a deck, whatever you do, more importantly, because with previous cohorts, I tell them, where's your deck? Where's your deck? People ask me for questions and things like that, but I think sometimes, a lot of the time, we have to be in uncomfortable places in order for us to grow. I don't know if anyone's been comfortable and they've grown. Anyone? No? It's really quiet in here. You guys are alive.
No.
So the reason why I'm challenging is because I'd rather be challenging, rather than you going in an environment and someone basically being challenged and you're not prepared for it. And then you won't even know, and that would deplete your confidence. Whereas if I can challenge you in here, you're a bit more thick-skinned to go into that environment. It's a new environment, and bearing in mind, because we're Black, it's a bit more challenging. So we have to make sure we put our best foot forward, okay? But in a nutshell, I'm a seasoned senior IT project manager. I've been in this space for a very long time, battling all sorts of things that are to do with IT governance, RAID. What's RAID, anyone? RAID?
We've not got there yet.
Oh, we haven't got there yet. Okay, cool. Don't worry, I love challenging people. So RAID is basically risks, assumptions, issues, dependencies. For me personally, that is, I would say, one of my strengths when it comes to risk, because with risk is everything. You guys spoke about scope management just a second ago. That is to do with risk. I'm assuming you haven't got to risk, but I'll leave that for another time. So essentially, I came into this space. Prior to that, I was working in the tech space, but more of an account manager. It was something I wanted to do in terms of coming into the project management space. And until I met the boss, the Oga, the mayor of Manchester, he kind of pretty much not just opened the door and said this, but he showed me the possibilities of what we can do in our own space. And quite similar, I'm sure you're aware that within the Asian Chinese community, they open the door for each other. So here we're opening the door for each other as well. Same principle, but they're empowering each other. Any questions? I don't want to bore you too much.
Sorry, account manager in what sector?
In tech. Yeah. So I was working for a managed service provider. So that would be what they used to do is basically provide corporate enterprise, everything from their software, the Microsoft dedicated lease lines, all the way through to cybersecurity. And then I pivoted and I was like, project management just makes more sense to me. So yeah, any other questions?
So since you started project management or since you've taken the course, what has been your job progression since you started it, and where are you now exactly?
Oh, great question. So with project management, there is not one day that's the same whatsoever. Okay. So what that means is that you need to kind of be on the go all the time. You need to anticipate all sorts of things before you get ahead of the curve. And the key thing, more importantly, is all about planning. Who knows the quotation about if you don't plan, you plan to fail. Plan to fail. So here it's important to basically plan. So my progression over time, I've gone from project manager, senior project manager, all the way through to technical project manager, where I'm essentially also wearing other hats like a product manager, and also solution architect in terms of creating all sorts of fancy diagrams that are to do with the infrastructure and things like that. But don't worry about that. Whatever you do, don't worry about that. All you guys need to do, you guys are coming in on the non-technical side, okay? So you do not need to know what I know. So essentially, make life easy for yourself. Work smart, not hard. So what I mean by that is that stick to this presentation, this deck, wherever you go, whatever you're doing, even if you're in the project or out of the project, use it, because all the answers are in there. Yeah. Make sure it's far from the Bible, obviously, but when it comes to your professional work and things like that, use it day in, day out. Any other questions? Did I answer your question?
Yes and no.
What
No,
element was
I think I was expecting more like, would I say career growth? Well, we could also look at the financial growth part of it, because let's call it what it is. That's what we're all here for. So here for 5 years now, 5 years and counting. So what career growth have you experienced? Are you at PMO stage? Are you at PM stage? Or would I say what challenges have you faced that has led you to where you are at now?
I think I did mention this. So I basically, again, going from, if I go back into time as an account manager, coming into this place allowed me to go into project management, right? Because my skills were already transferable into project management. Because more importantly, when it comes to project management, it's first and foremost, skill is what? Biggest skill in project management is? Communication. Thank you. Communication, right? So you need to know how to communicate with your stakeholders all the time. So with that, it's given me the ability to go into, entry level, you could say project management, from, let's say, for a permanent roles, which, was most probably paying, I think about 30 at the time, and then progressed into contracting, which was day rates.
How long was the span from those?
Again, this is my personal preference, but for me, I was most probably in the permanent role for about 7 months. But again, not everyone's me. all I would say is that my recommendation to anyone that comes through this, right? Just because you hear, you know, everything's £500 or £400 a day, things like that, be very cognizant. And when I say that with love, because the last thing I want you to do is, as soon as you get over this, come to this program, go in a contract role, because the expectation of a contract role and a permanent is very different, right? In a contract role, they expect you to be tucked in, you know what you're doing, everything, you don't need any support within about 2, maybe 3 weeks. Yeah.
Or less.
Yeah, or less, right? So you hit the ground running. Don't ask any questions. What you're asking the right questions, you're collating all the right information, right? Whereas a permanent role, you have flexibility. Okay, I'm not saying you lie down and relax, but it's a bit more relaxed. You can make some mistakes. They give you grace for that. They give you grace. And what that means is that you can also learn even more skills in terms of stakeholder management, negotiations, knowing how to deal with risks and so on and so forth. Great. Looking at myself, I would say in that permanent role, it allowed me to, the communication, as I said, allowed me to pretty much pivot into contracting. And then in contracting, hit the ground running. The contract was meant to be, what, a few months?
Yeah.
But it turned into
a year at least. Or
Yeah.
2, maybe, I can't remember.
Yeah. So all I would say is that, you know, don't be harsh on yourself. Don't throw yourself in the deep end. Yeah. Learn how to swim before you go in the deep end. But just to go back to answering your question, I've made transition from going permanent to contracting, and sky's the limit. Sky's the limit. So I'd say the biggest challenge I would most probably say at the moment for me is the role I'm doing at the moment. Like I said, I've had to wear different hats. But as much as it's challenging, now when I come to think of it, I'm actually enjoying it. Because now I'm not just a project manager. I'm not just a product manager. I'm also doing the architect. So what that means is that when I'm going into certain meetings, I'm challenging, okay, what's the, has everyone heard of Microsoft Azure? Yeah. Does anyone know any technical information?
Yeah.
Okay. Has anyone heard of F5?
It's like a
Load balancers.
Yeah.
like load balance.
Load balancers.
Yeah, I've heard of that.
Yeah. F5.
F5 and
Yeah.
load balance.
Yeah. So it's basically very technical.
Yeah.
But what I'm trying to point out is that, like, you will find your niche, right? Even in the most challenging places, because it will push you to grow and basically learn new skills in that particular way, right? So initially before this, I was doing data migration, cybersecurity. So I've done a variations of projects as well. But I think where I am right now, it's given me more technical scope to be able to understand the infrastructure on the IT basis side of things, right? But again, that takes time. That takes a lot of time in terms of understanding network, in terms of infrastructure, and more importantly, going into meetings and not saying anything. So one thing I would always say, and I hope you do remember this, is that when you're in a meeting, right, the worst thing you can do is keep quiet. Keep quiet. One thing that works for me very well is that, oh, guys, silly question. This. Even if you want to go on ChatGTP and say, this is the meeting that I'm having, what question can I ask? As long as you're being vocal, you're also really and truly, you're being seen. And at the same time, people are actually saying, oh, he's actually valuable. He says he asks silly questions, but really and truly, someone's most probably thinking this question already, right? Or it's already been answered before, but you're just putting it back on the table to make sure, again, everyone's aligned with the scope. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Online, did I answer your question?
You did, thank you.
No problem. £5 to you for pushing me there.
I will say though, sorry, I'm gonna challenge something you said. I agree with asking questions, and there's no such thing as a silly question, but I have found myself in some projects where some people ask questions for the sake of asking questions, and they are known to, for lack of a better word, problematic, because you see that thing you said, no question is silly. There are silly questions, and sometimes in the name of speaking and being heard and being seen, you can end up putting yourself on as a target if you're the one that's asking rather pointless questions. But hey, I'm just being a devil's advocate right now. I'm just saying.
I agree with you, and you know, sometimes it's better to be seen in that rather than not seen at all. So, you know, again, use ChatGPT or any AI to your advantage to just equip you for all these meetings, whether it's you've started a job. Again, who's heard of the term brown nosing?
I've heard it on
Brown goes, yeah, I know.
Yeah, go ahead. What is brown nosing?
It's not right.
Sorry, we can't hear you.
I don't know, it's at the cost.
Don't be shy, don't be shy, don't be shy. Kissing us,
Yeah.
kissing us, right?
Oh,
When
okay,
you-
interesting.
When you go in these environments, right? Like, because I think one thing I know I'm guilty of is previously, especially when I was account manager, my performance used to be high, right? As a black person, or even in the organization, it was really high. And then I had my counter white people, their productiveness was most probably down there. Okay. Now, when it came time for promotion, guess what? This person was brown nosing. I wasn't brown nosing because I was like, look, my performance, I perform here and there. When it came down to promotion, guess who got promoted? Thank you. Thank you. So it's not always about what you can do. I'm not saying don't do anything, but stakeholder management in terms of brown nosing allows you to navigate in a particular way and also go in meetings for people to say, oh, okay, you know, the question you raised, whether it was challenging or not, you have to be seen in these environments. You have to be seen. So even though I was even having a conversation with someone at work yesterday, and they said that this particular tester, he always likes to talk, he always likes to ask questions, but guess what? He's being seen. He's being seen. It's better to be seen rather than not to be seen. But again, be cautious in terms of like how far you're going with these questions or the silly questions, but just throw it out there. Say, oh guys, like, yeah, finally I've got a silly question. You know, I don't know if it's been asked or whatever. It's how you frame it. It's how you frame it. Don't just ask questions out of nowhere. Frame it in a particular way. And that way it lands with everyone and they'll be like, oh, they'll be more accepting. And if anything, they'll come and help you as well. Does that answer your question?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, cool. Thank you very much. Cheers, Ray. Okay, so I think I did say there are, but when I talked about the different roles, I've taken it off now. I did mention that the goal here is at a minimum to get a job as a project coordinator, junior project manager, so on and so on and so on. I think, well, he's here in the room. Ray is one of the handful of people I personally trained that has gone on and got their first gig officially as a project manager, not as a junior, not as an assistant, full-fledged project manager, right? But again, that's because you already have the skills, communication, transferable skills, etc., etc. So that's that. So great, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Some of you mentioned about challenging environments. Quick story. Like I mentioned, my core area now is M&A, mergers and acquisitions. Okay. My first M&A project that was actually titled M&A, this project got me here, right? To the point where I was ready to quit the job. It was a contract role, but it was so demanding, so stressful. I'm like, I don't like it here. And I had a calendar, and I kid you not, every day I marked, all right, they didn't sack me today. They didn't sack me today. That's how difficult it was. To the point where I remember I saw a job advert for another place very close by. When I say close by, I'm talking from here to KFC. That's how close it was, right? Long story short, I went for the interview, first stage, second stage. Now, all I know there, later on down the line, my CIO that I'm working for, the company I'm working for, she sends me an email. She's like, Jonathan, the company next door, they were called NPL, National Performance Center or something like that. They're asking about you. Why are they asking about you? I was like, shit, she knows. And I'm in a contract role. And at that time, I'm earning, it was about £8,000 to £9,000 a month. Yeah. But I was so tired of the role. I was so like, I can't do this anymore. Like, this is too difficult. I was ready to quit and go and take a permanent job for 50K. You understand? The point I'm trying to make is it's those challenging environments that you will actually grow. You get my point? It's those environments that literally push you against the wall. Because that's now what I specialize in. Yes, question.
I've been in an environment that they've literally almost taken my life. It's not like, I mean, I would like, is it healthy though, like to
No, okay.
In some way,
Yeah, go ahead.
they even really still like train me to be kind of like pushy like the way I am right now. Because the thing that was done to me really makes sense to me.
But you learn from them.
In a way.
Yeah.
You know? But is it healthy though? Is it like
No, it's everywhere is different. You understand? In this case, I'm glad I stayed on that case, right? Because my point is, if I had left and I ran away from the challenge, I probably won't be where I am now.
Okay.
That's where I'm going with it. You understand? So in my example, that was it. But I get your point. There are environments that you feel like, oh my days, this is too much. But again, positive or negative, there's always a lesson from it, because now you know, should you find yourself in that position where you're on the other side, you know what someone will take and won't take, or how to treat someone else.
Oh, very true. Very true.
Yeah.
Very
So that's kind of how it's
But
worked.
you were the end of the story though.
Huh?
You said the other.
What's the end of the story? Good. So I got the email and I was absolutely bricking it. I was scared and I was like, shit, she's gonna sack me. I'm not gonna get that job, because these guys are communicating at sea level. So he's a big boss, she's a big boss. All he's done is send her a message and say, this guy, you understand? Obviously, I don't know whether he said he's come for a job or he's mentioned my name. So I'm thinking, why are they mentioning your name? You
You
understand?
use them as a reference.
Yeah, I said that's where I work. You understand? Obviously, it's on my CV. That's where I worked. But I didn't think, technically, they should have done it, but I didn't think they would communicate, because they're not supposed to anyway. It's not like I've said, oh, this is my reference, but obviously they know each other. So she's now sent me an email. I'm sweating, thinking she's going to sack me. I'm not going to get that job. And I called my mentor at the time and I was like, bro, what should I do? He goes, listen, ignore the email. I'm like, goes, ignore it. I said, okay, fine. I left it. I left the email and I just said to myself, you know what? You started this contract, finish it. Finish this contract. You understand? And since that day, never looked back. I didn't reply the email. You understand? I left the email, I read it, left it there. She never asked me anything again. That was the end of that story. The job, I didn't bother them. They didn't bother me. We left it like that. I just carried on with the project that I was on. And the rest is history. You know? So I guess it was a good challenge.
Yeah, though, what happened?
Say that again?
You know what pushed you to go and apply for that other job?
That's what I'm
Did that show and everything continue, given that they now know someone else was seeking you out?
Yes, so to answer your question, what pushed me was the difficulty. What pushed me was the fact that the job I was doing, I found it so challenging. Because again, this now was me working at a level I've never worked at before. I'm having to deal with stakeholders from Paris, obviously France, the UK guys, and these guys are big guys. You understand? I'm like, I don't know how to navigate all these guys. You understand? But I got through it in the end. And there was something else you asked? No? Yes.
Sorry, what?
No, did you ask me something else? There was something else like two.
It's fine. It's fine. Thank you.
All right, cool.
Yeah, well, so during the time when they pushed you, Was there any point it made you feel like you were not doing a good job?
This literally every day.
Every day.
That's why I said every day I had a marker, and I would mark that okay, they didn't sack me today. They didn't sack me today. You understand? That's how much pressure I was under.
And someone has told me yes that the reason why people might do that is because they know you're good at what you do, but they just want to.
You know what? I'm not going to say there's a right or wrong answer. Every environment is different.
Yeah.
You understand? But again, this is where experience comes into it. Because now, if I find myself in such a position, I'm just going to laugh. You understand? Because I've navigated those waters before, so I now know what to do. So, like I think Ray was mentioning before, you know, sometimes when I first started, I would be going into meetings and I know that okay, maybe I've got updates to give, and maybe I'm behind. I've not completed the work. I'm going into the meeting sweating, thinking, shit, they're going to say, Jonathan, have you done this? I'm going to be like, I've not done it. You understand? But then I observed the room and I watched how other guys delivered the fact that they have not completed the work. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
And I'm like, oh, that's how you're supposed to say it. You understand? Because I was going, yeah, I've not done it. Just be giving yama excuses. Just, you all right? But I realized these other guys, they'll be like, oh, mate, is that, oh, leave it with me, I'll get it done right after this. I'm like, that's it? That's what you have to say? You understand? But these are things that you learn. Because, again, this is all about the communication. We talked about brown nosing. I kid you not, I've worked with people where I couldn't even tell you, and they couldn't tell you what they did day to day. They couldn't tell you. But they're in the company. I'll never forget a guy I worked with in Leeds, RWE. Random, after, I think it was every Wednesday, after work, they played football. This guy asked me for a lift back to Manchester, going to Alderley Edge. I'm like, yeah, sure. He doesn't drive or whatever. I'm like, yeah, sure, I'll give you a lift. He gets in my car. We're talking. This guy, not like he told me, he brings coke, you know, cocaine, yeah, coke. He brings it from his pocket. And I'm like, so wait, you carry this around with you in work, like every day. Do you get my point? And I'm thinking to myself, imagine, I couldn't even, not to be stereotypical, even weed. I wouldn't even want to go into work smelling of weed, not to talk less of carry cocaine. That's the audacity that certain people have. What does this guy do day to day? Absolutely nothing. But guess what? He knew the right people. Because the type of company we work for is an MSP, managed service provider. They will just throw people at projects. They're like, yeah, we're going to do this project for you. They just throw people at it. So he was one of those that they just threw at it. They're charging, and he was a contractor. So he was on like 500 a day. Now, back then, 500 a day is way more than 500 a day today. So he was making money. Like, this guy gave me his expenses, how he spends his money. I kid you not, 50% was to some random girl. Oh, wow. Literally. The rest is just using to manage himself. I'm like, how do you live like this? But look, that's a story for another day. Anyway, let's look to wrap it up. Okay? So, guys, we've got like 10 minutes. I want to let you go. But before I let you go, and I know you want to, sorry, I know. Before I let you go, any questions for today? First of all, that's my first question to you. Any questions for today? And what's one thing or two that you've taken away from today?
What's your step count?
We'll come into that. We'll come into that. Another question.
No need for that, sir.
I don't know what I'm on, so it doesn't really matter. Any more questions? You guys have any questions?
Sorry.
Yes?
I just wanted to ask something. It has to do with the scope creep that we're talking about when when it's not like fathomable and then it happens and then the client is adding and adding like things to the project that is already like in progress or started. How do you like tell the client like, oh, see, this is already, we cannot take any more? Do you just tell them outright that we cannot take any more suggestions? It's already in progress and it's going to mess up the work so far, or do you factor it in and then see as it goes.
Yes. So good question. We'll talk about the answer tomorrow, but in short, you have to do something called the CIA. CIA is Change Impact Assessment. We'll talk about it tomorrow, but to answer your question really, really quickly, you don't keep allowing it because again, the more you keep allowing it, the longer it will take, the more it will cost. Now, the other answer on the other side is depending on who your client or your customer is. I think somebody mentioned billionaire before. If he's a billionaire and he's got the money to waste, hey, it's not your money, it's their money, right? So let's pick that question up tomorrow. There's more in depth and there's things to do around it. So let's pick that up tomorrow, okay?
All right, thank you.
Cheers. Anything else from anybody? So my question to you guys is, any questions? One, the other thing. Two is, what are you taking away from today? So, Fermi.
I got to understand what project management entails and how to go about engaging with stakeholders and managing people to some points.
Good. So come Monday, when you go to uni,
Yes, sir.
tell your lecturer, headbutt him, tell him I said that. Cairo.
So the projects like hierarchy, portfolios, program projects.
Yes.
That wasn't
The different levels.
Yeah.
But you understand it now, right? Okay, cool. Daniel?
Given it's bought, I realized, so based on teachers, most of these things that we do in our daily lives are actually project management basically.
Yeah.
But what I've been able to pick up basically is you should learn how to juggle a lot of things as a project manager.
Sure.
If you don't leave one thing behind,
Yeah.
if you do, it's going to mess up the other things. So juggling things different at the same time should be your main skill set.
Yes.
And
Okay.
yeah,
All right. Thank you. Goodness.
Yeah, I learned quite a couple of things, but one thing I'll just take note of, especially hearing Ray talk, is your ability to be able to communicate to people is one of your most important skill sets when it comes to project management. Your ability to make an impact out of every conversation you had, like every question was answering.
Yeah.
There was always like an example, something to take out of. It's not just, oh, what's the answer to this? The answer, but he was able to like impact people that way. And I feel you as a project manager, if you're able to do that, people listen to you more and take more action.
Yeah, relatability. Yes, that word. Mike.
Same thing as he says, communication, building rapport with people, building a relationship with people is very important, as well as not only I thought stakeholders were people who are directly involved with the project. You know, people who come to you and ask for something, but I learned that stakeholders can be external sources. It could be your next door neighbor. It could be basically anyone. Who could be potentially impacted by a project.
Exactly. Interested
so
or
take all of them into consideration.
Perfect. Thank you very much. Our lady of the house.
I would just probably say that I think one word that stood for me in everything we have done today and what when we was talking was foundation.
Okay.
You know, like setting it right and just probably going for it, being involved as well.
Yeah.
From what he said when it comes to communication, for me, it's just like try not to go into any less.
Yeah.
Because I mean, even during the project itself, communication actually starts from where you understand the brief or the business case or whatever. So that's how you're able to even see the result.
Yes.
And then shapes. So you see that things are not going nowhere.
Yeah. Perfect. Thank you very much. Online, Chidera.
Okay, so what I'm taking home today is understanding the stakeholder. It's always been confusing to me, but I think now it's like really clear that when you're doing a project, the stakeholders are quite a lot in number depending on the kind of project you're handling, and also had a thorough understanding of scope, cost, and time constraints. And well, I'll not say really how to go about it yet, but I'm guessing as the course progresses, as the module progresses, I think I'll have more understanding of that and any questions that I may have in time as well.
Perfect. Thank you very much. Miriam.
What have I understood? I've gotten a bigger understanding, what I say, to the generic aspects associated with project management, understanding that everyone says attention to detail is important, but this just highlights the importance of it. Each stage within the project is just as important as the one before. If one stage is not carried out properly, the next stage will be impacted. I trust that we'll go into it in greater details later on. What else did I learn? And that brown nosing is important.
There you go. Thank you very much. Ike, you still with us?
Yes, I'm here. Well, I would say the class is very informative, and it touches base on lot of things regarding project management. I learned a lot of stuff, and I'll still go through the slides later. Touches a lot of stuff, ranging from what project management is to identifying who your stakeholders are, and worksheets, project management. Yeah, it's I must say it's very informative, and I'll go through the slides more to
Okay.
catch up more with the class. Yeah.
Okay, wonderful. Thank you very much. So I think we've done the room. There's no other questions. That's great. Again,
Can you stop working, please? Just
can I stop walking?
stand still.
Okay. Cool. I'm glad there's no other questions. I hope you've all enjoyed the day. Thank you very much. I am expecting to see you all tomorrow. I hope to see you.
What time is that?
Turn up at your house and drag you. 1 o'clock.
Okay.
We start tomorrow 1 o'clock. 1 till 5.
I'll be in touch.
Hallelujah.
The idea is people are doing church, but that's when you start. So
Yeah,
fine.
I'm told sounds like people have asked me why. It's not to 4 p.m. but-
Me too. I'll still be in church around 1.
You finish church at 1?
I'll be probably around 2.
Why?
Okay. Well, we'll see you when you come in. Yeah? So guys, let's just round it up. Thank you very much. I'll see you all again tomorrow. If you think of any questions overnight, drop it in the chat box or in the WhatsApp rather, and then we'll pick it up from there. Okay, last thing to do, we've got 3 minutes. You still belong to me for the next 3 minutes.
Standing up should not even get money though.
So, let me see. Yes, would you like to come over, please? And just help me call out this number, right? So you guys all ready? Let me have a look. What do we have? Oh, my days. Oh, you ready? So this is the final number for today.
Which one?
The top one.
You
need to call it out.
It's 14,966.
What's it?
You said 15. That's okay.
Someone said 15.
That's crazy.
I think it's goodness that said 15. This guy's got a tracker on me.
I was not in the room.
The final number is 14,966. So the conclusion was it will be a split. So it's £50 and it will be a split. You should have been in the room, bro. So the first person, the winner of that,
13.5.
is it 13.5? I think it's 13.5. Who? What name is this?
No,
that's one.
Whose name is this?
13.5 was me, Chidera.
Yes, Chidera.
Chidera, yes. Okay, so yes, Chidera, you're the first person, and then you're the winner. Then the first runner up, I believe that's looking like goodness. Oh, yeah, somebody says 16K right there.
I'm the winner though. I'm the winner.
So how are you the winner?
Calculate it, OJ.
Yeah.
The win. Like you guys want to take my shine out.
Okay, hold on. So goodness the winner, followed by Chidera, and then who else is in this?
No.
There's no one else. No, we want to take the next best.
Yeah, that's Daniel right there.
Where's Daniel? You're not on the list, man. You're not even on the list.
Give me a list.
I think it has to be 16K though.
16K, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so that's you. There you go.
Nice.
No worries. So you get your money tomorrow. There you go. Huh? All right, guys. Thank you very much, and I'll see you all tomorrow.
Thank you very much.
All right. Have a wonderful day. All right. Get some rest. Check your
Cheers.
WhatsApp. No problem. Guys online, thank you very much. I'll see you all tomorrow.
Good night, sir.
All right. Good night. Yes. Okay. Let me resend it. It must have added you afterwards. Let me resend it.
Name been up, forgot, right? Right. Okay, yeah, because I'm gonna be bothering you a lot.
I see the 12 million.